Just doing a sound check. Looks good.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi, let me just check one thing.
Okay.
We're good. We're good. Okay. Zilla, how are we doing?
Okay. If you are ready to go, I will call the meeting to order. So our
Okay.
special meeting of Jones LLC.
Okay, let me do a roll call. Start at 6:01. Bowman,
Here.
Boyd. Hi,
Here.
Sashi. Hi.
Hi.
Bugs.
Oh, Elaine will not be here.
Okay. Serena Prado,
Here.
Cresswell,
Here.
Hernandez. Is he still out?
I think he may join, actually.
Okay. All right. If you see him come in, please let me know what time. Hillbrands.
Here.
Ma here. Martinsek.
Here.
MacArthur. All right. If you see, is she here?
Not yet.
Okay. If you see her, join. Menjivar,
Present.
Powers,
Here.
and Zen.
Here.
Okay. I make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
Okay. Roll call. I'm sorry, just taking some notes. Bowman,
Yay.
Boyd,
Yay.
Serna Prado,
Yes.
Cresswell,
Yay.
Hillbrands,
Yay.
Ma, yay, Martinsek,
Yay.
MacArthur. I don't think she's here yet. Menjivar,
Yes.
Powers,
Yay.
Zen.
Yes.
So that's 10. All right. Okay, no minutes. Too busy. We'll get some minutes coming up for June approval.
Okay, so we have public participation next, but neither of our people are here yet.
I did send out the
Link just a little
meet
bit.
link just a while ago, so if maybe they might come back.
There is
Oh,
Lance.
Lance is here.
And then I don't see Erica though. Hi, Lance. You can speak for public participation if you're ready.
Yeah, they just joined. Lance?
So let's come back to them and do our first item, especially because Erica is also not here. So our first old business item is the fee schedule. Can you share a link for that, Sarah? Is there a file? I didn't link anything. Um, Okay, so I'll put the link in the chat. There is Jose, Sarah.
Sarah, I think you're on mute.
I was, but I was just saying I also put it in the chat, and I just want to make sure I had the right one. Again, I like to limit the use of the chat, but for links, it's appropriate. I will also add those to YouTube.
So I don't know who the best person to present this is. Mr. Voigt, do you want to present it? Or Sarah, like someone from the budget committee?
I can, if you wish.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Powers.
This is this particular point is basically unchanged from the last time we looked at it. The major discussion that we had at the budget committee meeting on Friday was over the issue of the general school tech fee, which we had originally set at $100, and Mrs. Ma had provided a couple of different scenarios where there either was no tech fee or there was a reduced tech fee. We had, I think, a pretty significant discussion with regard to that, because the tech fee will not negatively impact people who have fee waivers. It would be waived for families that have fee waivers. Also, we talked about ways in which we would be able to reach out to, and in an earlier stage in the school year, address the needs of people who didn't qualify for fee waivers, but whose families have other extenuating circumstances or are very close to having qualified, and can then some of these fees, as they have been based on an appeal process, then be waived. I feel very strongly that we do need to have a school tech fee on an annual basis. We are going to be issuing Chromebooks to all students, and those students will be keeping them during the duration of their time at Jones. So, for example, the seniors who will have one next year will have it for the remainder of the year, and so on and so forth, with our freshmen having them for all 4 years. There are going to be costs for replacement. There are going to be costs for repairs. And I believe Ms. Troche has provided some data on what kind of costs those are. Also, the Chromebooks we have differing levels of warranty. The ones we received from CPS through the major distribution they gave have 1-year warranties. So those will expire, the warranties in terms of the cost for repairs and so forth, and will expire next spring, toward the end of next school year. So we do feel a school fee for technology on an ongoing basis will help us to support and provide up-to-date equipment for the students, and also replacements, repairs, etc. Other than that, we had already removed the freshman fee. We had removed the AP computer science fee. And we are trying to provide additional language in the fee schedule that points parents toward contacting us with regard to possible appeals. Jeremy, did you have anything you'd like to add on that?
No, I mean, just a lot of reorganization of some things and trying to add a lot of verbiage regarding the waiver and how it is and isn't applied. Prompting families hopefully to reach out if they need additional help in addition to the FIIF if it doesn't come back as free or reduced. Those are the major changes.
Yeah, and I think the committee was really interested in exploring further of how to get those students on the edge potentially, Mr. Voigt and Mr. Hilbrands had talked about with a FIIF form doing something, or potentially at the end of the year, if we see that students have a very large balance, reminding them of the waiver or reaching out to them, and just that still needs to be ironed out, like all those details for sure. And then something else to add about the Chromebooks is that Dr. Powers clarified that although the lifespan might be 5 to 6 years, that Ms. Trosch's assumption for her tech plan was that they would have a lifespan of 4 years. So that's just something to keep in mind if you're thinking of a total tech fee. And that's all.
So I think in terms of this discussion, there's different options with the tech fee and the amount of fees, and that sort of plays into the budget. So I think if people have comments along those lines, we can cover them during the budget discussion. So this is a bit more about like what things are having fees assessed for in terms of the discussion, or what is the breakdown of the general school fee. I would like to see stronger language that is a closer match to the CPS guidelines for establishing fees. I'll put that link in the chat. The language that is in that document is that you need to have a statement that whenever possible, students whose parents cannot afford to pay a fee or fees will not be denied educational activities. And if a parent is unable to pay a fee, they should contact the principal or designee. So like that first part is really not mentioned on here, and I think it's important. And it's also the district policy, so we need to have it on there. And it's an electronic document. I know we like to keep it to 1 page, but it's an electronic document, so it's better to be clear and have a place to point back to tell people, to refer them to, even if it makes the page a little longer. Do people have other comments on the language or other aspects of that?
That really is the kind of language we were looking at anyway, or looking to do. Just a question of how we put it, where we put it, and how it's positioned, and also the importance of being on our part of being proactive early in the school year.
Yeah, and of course, translation, will have to happen for this. So, okay.
I believe the teachers that we've enlisted the help from are working on translating it right now, but if there's going to be changes, that'll obviously have to be changed as well.
We could definitely get that calculator rental fees $20, Kim is saying. And Mr. Voigt, what's the best, when do you want the final so that you don't have to, like, as soon as possible? Because I'm sure this goes out for the freshmen.
We don't usually start communicating it until registration time. I've never been asked prior to that. Sometimes families ask,
yeah.
But I don't think I usually share this document with them until the next school year starts.
Well, I guess I'm just looking for, like, by what date would you like us to finalize all the language? June 1st? Talk to me.
The fiscal year ends on June 30th, so July 1st.
Okay, also please stop using the chat. It doesn't translate over YouTube, and so I'd rather have you raise your hand, even if it takes more time. So by June 30th, but before then for translation.
July
Okay.
1.
Yes, so we have another meeting, our regular meeting is on July 1st or June 1st, so that could be a date that we do a finalization.
Yes, and vote. Thank you.
The stuff Roberto is putting in the chat is suggested language. So it could be that we could have a couple people put together a doc and then have some input that we leave comments on, kind of like we did with the bylaws. I think if there is interest, or the budget committee could talk about it at their, oh, that meeting's after the June 1st, isn't it?
We can add the language to the draft here. There won't be any difficulty. Just a question of rolling it over to a second page. And we have other updates that have to be put on here as well. We had already corrected about the calculator rental, but it didn't appear on this particular draft of it. So,
Ellen, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I just had two questions, and I think Dr. Powers, you already mentioned about reaching out to families who may be in need of appealing the fees. And you said also that language is going to be in this document as well. Is that accurate? I just
Yes.
want to make sure. Okay, cool. Great. I just want to make sure that I heard that correctly. And then I know, Mr. Voigt, you were mentioning that teachers are going to be doing some of the translation work for this document. And I just wanted to check in, like, are the teachers being compensated for their time to do this translation?
It was I believe so, but Mr. Hilbrands can probably speak to it more.
Yes.
Roberto, do you want to speak?
I do, if I may.
Go ahead.
So I just dropped in some proposed language. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to call you out, Sarah. I submitted that language when the proposed fee was being presented back in early May, I guess, the first week of May. So that's the language that I had suggested to Sarah. So I've dropped it in the chat. I think what Cassie just mentioned is very important to follow the CPS guideline and to ensure that families can reach out to the administrative leadership team if they're experiencing some sort of hardship or financial difficult situation. And then regarding the increase, the technology fee, it's an increase, right? We've gone from $500 to $550, and I understand that there might be certain families that can absorb that cost. But we also have a reserve. And so my concern is this technology fee, right? The $100 technology fee. I understand that it might be necessary or important to have to repair and replace certain technology equipment. But I would like to see, I think $100 for this first year coming from a pandemic where families have experienced hardship and economic hardship, in addition to lives lost and a disruption. I think $100, I just don't feel comfortable approving $100 technology fee. And I understand we got rid of, or we eliminated, I should say, the freshman fee, the $50 special transition program. But in reality, right, we just moved it over to the technology fee and added $50. At least that's how I'm viewing it. So if we are going to add a technology fee, I'd rather keep the same levels of fees that we had last year. So it would just mean moving that $50 special transition programs during the school year for all freshmen just to the technology fee for this year, and taking into consideration of the financial hardship and economic hardship that families have had to experience. And then if next year it appears that we do need to increase that particular line item, we will. And if we don't, we don't. That would be my suggestion.
Thanks. So I think we can do a final approval of this schedule on June 1st, and we can settle the amounts in the budget discussion because there's some sort of variation there. Sarah, do you want to go ahead?
Just real quickly, the language you put in the chat, Roberto, some of that's for the FIIF form, and so I'd have to work, the first 2 paragraphs, work with Voigt and Mr. Voigt and Mr. Hilbrand to see how to get that language if it's not already there. And then the second 2 paragraphs apply to fees, and I put that in the notes. Thank you.
Okay, one last thing. I think it would be helpful for people to know that if you qualify for free lunch, it's a 100% waiver of anything that can be waived. If you qualify for reduced lunch, then it is a half waiver. And I think it's helpful for people to know that. So I would encourage that to be included on the schedule as well. Okay. No more hands. So I think we are okay for not voting on anything right now on this. We can now do, I think Erica is not here to speak. And Lance, are you ready to speak? Maybe missing in action. Okay, so our next thing is the date for the required semi-annual meeting on the proposed budget and CIWP. We should be doing this. Really should have like 2 of these here. Spence, are you ready?
Yeah, I can speak.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry about that. I was hitting the wrong microphone.
No worries.
In the previous meeting, I had stated that Cassie had not responded to my email, and I was incorrect because after the meeting I had checked my spam and it was present, and she did reach out and suggest that we have a conversation offline. So I apologize about that, Cassie. But that kind of feeds into the idea that someone had presented prior during the meeting that really where you give the opportunity for the public to speak, it's pretty unproductive, where we're just kind of, I feel like we're talking at a wall, and then it's ended and it's kind of moved on. It's basically you check that we've heard from the public, and let's move on and get down to the real business. And I just feel that, that's the way I feel. Obviously others have presented that. So I would suggest maybe a change in the format where it's more of a conversation, and that would, I think, ease a lot of people's tension between basically the school population of some adults or many adults, I don't know, and the LSC.
Thanks, Lance. Thanks for offering a correction. I appreciate that. I am trying to keep up with people emailing and giving them information and feedback. So if I'm neglecting to respond to people, it is not on purpose. And people can also email the General Jones LSC email, because that goes to me, Sarah, and Troy. So there's more of us to respond.
So you're suggesting that rather than speaking during this, the LSC meeting, that we just kind of email you, and that would be better to go ahead and at least kind of have a conversation as opposed to just bouncing something off a wall.
Just to reassure people that if they email me, I will try to get back to them. And I will try to field people's questions offline. Public participation is, it's not really necessarily a conversation. It's to make sure that both the LSC and the public, the rest of the public, hears your comments and knows what are issues in the school community. And so everything is not going to necessarily be dealt with at the meeting that you bring it to. But clearly, if things are continuing, things that people take the time to come and tell us that holds weight. And that's basically how public participation works at public meetings. You know, it's a time to maybe answer some clarifying questions or.
But how do we overcome the feeling that it's just kind of falling on deaf ears?
I think
What
you just have
would
to
you
understand that the LSC is not going to always agree with everyone who comes and speaks. And, you know, this is a community where things are very tense and people disagree with each other. And we just have to, it's good to keep communication lines open. And I'm happy to have one-on-one conversations with people about what's going on. But that's really, you know, we're going to disagree on things. And if the LSC is not, you know, voting in the matter that you want to see them vote, then, you know, next April, people will put in their candidate applications and run, and there'll be another election. So that's kind of how public bodies work. You know, so that's kind of how we are. And I think I'm glad you came and offered a correction. You know, please sign up for public participation again, and I'd be happy to have an offline conversation with you as well.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
All right, thanks.
So back to 4B, we should be having 2 public meetings a year. We need to be keeping the school community updated on the continuous improvement work plan. I myself do not feel updated on the continuous improvement work plan. And so, I mean, this is just something that we are not going to be complying with the law on. And we have, you know, I apologize to the school community for that. I would like to be getting monthly updates on the CIWP. We really haven't gotten, you know, Dr. Plunkett presented the CIWP as it essentially was written last May at a health and safety committee meeting, but that's really the extent of the information we've gotten from the administration on CIWP. This budget discussion should actually be framed with respect to the school improvement plan. And because it's not, it's actually making it very difficult, because when we're debating between different things, we don't have any sort of like North Star to look back to say, what are our priorities as a school? What are our priorities as a council? So I think this is a real problem. And, you know, the CIWP is a flawed document. The format is weird. The things you can include in it are weird, but it is what we have, and it is what the law says we should use. And it can be useful, and you can include things in it that are meaningful, and it can be part of a meaningful process of the school having input into what our goals and our priorities are, and then we can tie our budget decisions to that. So going forward, I would very much like the administration to provide us with monthly updates on the CIWP. And, you know, this is what should be shaping our budget. And as the CIWP is, it's a living document as it changes, then we can also make budget adjustments even mid-year. So that's the main thing I had to say on that. Rachel, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, RE, the critique of public participation. This is something that I think about a lot, and I just want to extend an invitation to attend one of the committee meetings, because I think those meetings allow for a more fluid conversation between the public school community and LSC members and also committee members. So if the public comment portion is not quite serving your needs, that's the public comment. That's the structure for every single LSC in the city. And there are over 600 LSCs in the city. So that's, I just wanted to offer those committees. There's a health and safety committee, and there's also the budget committee and the equity committee if you want to get involved and have a more, you know, dynamic conversation.
Thanks, Rachel. That is a good point. And if we have the capacity, we could actually have more committee work, but it's definitely mostly limited by our capacity. So if people want to step up, that is very helpful. Sarah, do you want to go?
Yeah, just quickly about the bi-yearly meeting for budget CIWP updates. Are you wanting to have one of those in June, or are we just starting fresh in the new year?
I don't know what's realistic for June. We also are supposed to vote on a school safety plan in June.
Right.
Um,
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. So at the between July 1st and July 14th, we will have an organizational meeting. And during that organizational meeting, when we set our dates, we can set the dates for the for the meeting, usually in the fall and in the spring. And I think it's because we started in January and we were remote, but I do think moving forward, we'll be able to meet those criteria. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, Cassie, can I just add a quick comment, please?
Yep.
So I just want to address the parents' concern about having a conversation with the LSE. I want everybody to know that you can email the Jones LSE, and if there are concerns or negative experiences that you're encountering at the school, you should absolutely email the LSE, and we will attempt to address them and bring them up and put that item on the agenda to have a discussion, to ask the administrative leadership team how they're addressing those issues, those problems. For example, how are we addressing the social emotional learning during the pandemic? How are we addressing some of the concerns that our students are raising? So I invite the public to email the Jones LSE and provide us with information that you would like us to address with the school administration, and we can move forward from there.
Thanks, Roberto. And that has happened several times with various things in the last several months. Rachel, do you have an old hand or a new hand? Old hand, okay. Okay. So for C is textbook selection. The textbook line on the budget, I'm not sure when the stuff has to be ordered. I presume fairly soon because teachers want to know what book they'll be teaching from. And so I think we are approving the funds to be spent essentially tonight, but not necessarily approving the requisition. But correct me if I'm wrong on that. Yeah, I mean, we like the AP Human Geography is a very big expenditure, and we will see the detailed numbers on that. But do you want to go ahead, Mr. Voigt?
I was just going to say, so the requisitions would be due this Friday. We will be hard pressed to get a book ordered before the deadline CPS has, which is this Friday, because even if we had all our ducks in a row, we had the exact numbers, and the LSC could approve it tonight, there still has to be a book transfer that happens, and then the order gets put in. It just might be tough. So my thoughts or plan was that this wouldn't happen until after the new fiscal year. But that being said, you can certainly, agree to whatever so that the teachers are at least aware of what they're going to be using in the fall. We're also still waiting on an updated quote from Cengage. So that first big one from Follett, I think it was 41 grand, Sarah, correct? That one could change if the Follett is CPS's preferred vendor for textbooks and library books, and that is the quote they offered, but we can also order it directly from the vendor, which is Cengage, and they may go lower. They offer a lot of freebies and things, and so it's in our best interest to wait to get that quote as well, because it could come down a bit. The other ones are pretty much ready to go. They would just require approval. There doesn't seem like there's a competing one or anything like that.
Do people have more questions on the books or comments? Ellen?
I watched the budget committee meeting from last Friday, so I saw some information about textbooks there. But have we received any documents with these book listings? Did I miss an email or something?
In the giant email I sent last night, there's a link to textbooks spreadsheet.
Great,
Sorry. I'll talk about it tonight too, don't worry.
Yeah, so it seems like we're not 100% committing to a book at this meeting, basically, is the sort of the important thing. Yeah, I mean, I certainly have a preference for the one that isn't the cultural landscape, because I think the cultural landscape first 11 editions look pretty terrible. So I don't have a lot of confidence that they're going to strike Lucky on the 13th. But that said, it's not like, I don't know if anyone's actually gotten to see a full copy. So I think, it would probably, we have some expertise on the LSC, say with culturally responsive curriculum, that it would be nice if someone could see a copy. Dr. Powers?
I believe the one that's being recommended by the Social Studies Department is the National Geographic one, and that is based on their research and background. So there really isn't much of a discussion at this point. We try as much as possible to defer to the choices of the teachers in that specific department. And in this case, the teachers involved, especially Ms. Harned, has a strong background in that area. And of course, most of the teachers have taught that course for some time now. So that's why that's what we're recommending as part of the budget for next year, is the National Geographic program and related materials.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we could do worse than the current textbook. I'm not making that up. It's really problematic, and it's really, really problematic that it's been in use for 7 years and it hasn't come up that it's a problem, because I think it's really cannot be creating a healthy environment. I understand the idea that, you examine texts critically, and that we have to, kids have to have this idea of, the written word is not a written word in stone, but to set up that sort of environment that you're paging through your textbook and reading about yourself in this really negative light is really toxic. And I really hope this the National Geographic Cengage one is not going to do that. And I hope that if there's other textbooks that are in use now that are in the same vein, that we will hear about them and that we'll figure out a solution to them faster than 7 years. So that's my comment on that. So I think that is like whatever other textbook discussion can be part of the budget discussion as well. The 4D is just the updated sort of running record of equity demands. Some of this is certainly relevant to the budget discussion, but I think the statement of recommendations that the Equity Committee came up with and presented and that we voted on previously kind of covers our priorities, but I think it's also helpful to keep on tracking this stuff. So especially this month, there was not an equity initiative update. So things are kind of at a static point on that. And then the Equity Committee met since we last met, and Roberto has some material from that. Do you want to do your committee report, Roberto?
Yeah, I'd like to, is Violetta on? Because I think she was going to share out for the Equity Committee.
Yes. Hi. So we actually had a really great and fruitful discussion. A lot of the Equity Committee members went out and did their own field work, if you will, on different restorative justice and transformative justice, dean positions that are out throughout CPS, to kind of bring back to the Jones administration. So yeah, we also had JY, who's a data analyst at a different school network, run some reports on gaps in equity when it comes to equity, especially when it comes to GPA and test scores, as well as access to universities and colleges. Yeah, so one of the things that came from it is that we want to push just to like continue being very mindful of the gaps that exist, especially when it comes to race and socioeconomic status. So Black males at Jones are performing at a much lower rate when compared to their white peers when it comes to GPA as well as test scores. And we also saw the same thing for students at a lower socioeconomic status, so like low income. So we've had like back and forth discussions of whether or not there should be a new position, but honestly, there's certain positions within the building that exist that can be tweaked to meet some of the needs that we see would be very fruitful to the Jones community. So definitely like being culturally responsive and sustained teaching and instruction. It looks like some of the APs are already doing that, like particularly Mr. Mitchell, who also during our equity committee reported on the equal opportunities schools. Sorry, it's been a long day, but definitely ensuring restorative justice approaches are being used when there's harm in the community. So again, not necessarily like a brand new position, but definitely tweaking certain positions right now to fit some of these needs that we see. And definitely also using like funding for programs that ensure student needs are being met to lessen the gap between SES and race when it comes to GPA. So Roberta pointed out that there's been like funding in the past for like test prep and also for like extra tutoring support after school. So bringing that back. And yeah, so just basically being fully aware and providing supports for students that need them. I don't know, Roberto, if you wanted to add something else.
No, thank you so much, Violetta, for sharing out. I think we had a really fruitful discussion. So, and then I've dropped in the links to the Director of Student Engagement Research report package, as well as the link to committee member J.Y. Sun's presentation. So we can forward this on to Dr. Powers and the administrative leadership team for you to review. And then if you have questions, the committee would be will welcome engaging and holding a meeting to discuss some of the things that Violetta just highlighted.
Sarah, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, that presentation that JY did was amazing. And I thought it would be an excellent thing, Dr. Powers, to do for a town hall. It really could augment the equity work that you're already doing. And really, he did a really fantastic job putting it all together.
Thank you. If you could forward those links, that would be great. Thank you very much.
And Kathy, if I may, I'd just like to give out a special thanks to committee member Dora Bussey, J.Y. Sun, Violetta, Laura Brayu, and oh my gosh, I'm blanking out on the name here. Yeah, so I think they all did a wonderful job of just connecting with various schools across the district and learning about their roles. And the committee has just been great. I mean, it's just been a pleasure working with them and sharing space and building community. Oh, and Michael Perkins, committee member Michael Perkins. Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, I would really encourage everyone to look at JY's presentation or just listen to their presentation in the committee. I think it's probably helpful. You've got the narrative there that you can listen to in the video. Do you want to go ahead, Rachel?
Yeah, this is a question for the equity committee leadership. Just to kind of think about, I guess I'm worried that this document is going to be shared at this meeting with us, and then we're not going to return to it. So I guess I'm just asking from one LSC member to another. What are you hoping as like other LSE members who are not on the committee, like to kind of be accountable to this document and like this presentation? What would you like to see from us as LSE members, like moving forward on this?
I think for sure, like bottom line, like we need like administrative support to lessen the gap between specifically Black male students and their white peers, as well as like Black, Latinx, females, and male. And ensuring that there's funding to these like after school programs. I did want to, yes, that. And so that's a major point of like, how do we work together as a unit to provide for equity? Like a lot of networks stress across the state, GPA and test scores are a huge indicator of the amount of financial aid that you receive when you test into college, as well as, well, scholarship merit awards too, as well as what kind of schools you have access to even apply. So that's one of the major things. And I think ideally it'd also be like ensuring that there's a person in leadership that is responsible for overseeing these outcomes. So whether that means that like we need to add certain bullet points to somebody's, like the person that comes to mind over and over again is Mr. Mitchell, because he's continuously doing the work. So just ensuring that that is somewhere in writing. I mean, it sucks that it has to be like in the written form, but in writing, and we have somebody, you know, that's a point person, which he's already become, that we're going back and forth with to ensure that like we are seeing progress in these spaces. I did want to also stress, I had a conversation with somebody at my alma mater who I thought at that point was like doing a really great job. It turned out that there's actually also been a lot of harm done. So it also takes like an individual to be put in this position that is accountable to the community and open to the community. So that's another reason why it could be somebody that's already within the Jones College Prep family that takes these roles on, because the role like this, when it comes to equity, restorative justice, sometimes can do more harm than good if the intentions aren't there, right? So this person spoke a really great game, and it's been noted that there's been a lot of harm done. So I'm also trying to come to terms with that as like a person that was on the equity team, like, oh, she's awesome. And like, I don't know, you know, pros and cons to everything. So just like being very mindful of who is put in this position, the intentions behind it, and that we're seeing measurable outcomes coming from this position.
And if I can add, I agree with everything with what Violetta said. I think what's important here is creating a position of trust, a person that is willing to surface students' voice, right? Amplify students' voice, and surface the problems, some of the barriers, and surfacing the problems, right, that students are experiencing within a very rigorous school like Jones, and also being able to identify the barriers that are preventing students from achieving really great outcomes, right? We cannot bury the data. We cannot bury the lead. We cannot ignore students' narratives or their perspectives or their experiences anymore. And so it's about really creating a very holistic approach to student outcomes, academic and social emotional outcomes at Jones. So I think that is incredibly important. And that position is about building relationships. It's about building trust. It's about seeing students and meeting them, meeting where they're coming from, and maximizing every available resource to provide them with the opportunities and the student support services so that they can truly enjoy their experience at Jones and have the best opportunity, the best educational opportunity at Jones. And I think that's in line with the CPS equity 5-year vision plan and the CPS equity framework.
Thanks, Roberto. I think this is another thing that the school improvement plan can tie into, because, you know, the goals that you guys are talking about in the equity committee can be the goals in the school improvement plan and the priority areas. And then our resource allocation can line up with that. So I think that's a place where we can kind of formalize these plans and these needs, especially. Okay, we have one requisition to approve. It's kind of a weird one because it's not actually really our money that we're spending, but we have to approve it so it can be spent. So I think we could do that before the budget, and then we'll have the bulk of the budget conversation. Mr. Voigt, since you're on, do you want to explain this one?
Sure. It's just a dance residency grant. So Ms. Fauché got a grant for this program long ago, and those funds do come to a budget line. And as such, we have to create a purchase order for them to get paid out. So the invoice and check requisition should be there, but it's just it's over 2,500, so it should have LSC approval as well. Again, that deadline for this Friday is also for this kind of a purchase order. It's any purchase orders, and that's what this falls under. So that's why it's being presented tonight. So I just got it last Friday, so apologies for bringing it up tonight. But it's been getting reworked to try and fit into the parameters of the grant correctly for a while now. So that's why the date on the invoice looks different than when you're actually seeing it.
And it's in the chat. And it's for, dun, 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 dun.
9,920, I believe.
Yeah, 9,920.
I'm sorry, I should also mention there is I don't know, typo or incorrect amount on that invoice. They just did their math wrong. So the 40 times 70 should be 2,800 even, not 2,870. So I did email them and tell them to correct that, but I said I'm bringing it to the LSC tonight for approval of 9920. So it has to be under that. And so if within your approval, you can just make the caveat that it might be a little bit less, but it shouldn't exceed the 9920.
Great. If there's not any more discussion, I'll just make the motion.
Second.
I'm going to actually state the whole motion. I make a motion to approve the Hubbard Street dance invoice for $9,920, or not to exceed $9,920.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Let me do a roll call. Bowman,
Yay.
Boyd,
Yay, sorry.
that's okay. Serna Prado,
Yay.
Cresswell,
Yay.
Hernandez,
Yay.
Hildebrands,
Yay.
yay, Martinsack,
Yay.
Ranjavar,
Yay.
Powers,
Yay.
Zen.
Yes.
Okay, that was 11. We'll get that signed over to you. I'm so happy you're getting those grants. I wrote many of those grants before, so.
Ms. Fauché should get all the credit for that, but yes, it is good.
Great. Okay, so we can go back to number 5. And I think Sarah will do the bulk of this presentation. And I think there's basically a couple different scenarios and choice points. And so she'll explain that. And so that's sort of like how we can hopefully get to a point where we can possibly, if we have enough information, do a vote tonight on given all these different options. So thanks, Sarah.
Okay, and this is a lot of work that the budget committee did. And so I want to thank everyone And we reeled in Ellen to do some work too. And so what we're going to talk about this evening is we're going to answer outstanding questions from last week. I answered that in the email, but I'll just briefly summarize, and we can answer any questions. We'll go through some various budget scenarios. Dr. Powers can update us if he's gotten any information on the appeal or on the ADF OST spending guidance. And we'll talk about SRO money, and then we'll talk about future commitments. First question was looking for budget department spending histories. And, you know, there was a lot of comments in the YouTube chat about micromanaging departmental budgets, and I really don't think that's what we're trying to do. I'm a data person. I was an engineer in my previous life, and I think that having some context for the numbers that you're putting in the budget is good. And so the first, these are the department budgets. I did an average for the fiscal year of 16 to 19, so that was a non-pandemic year average of spent money. Then I added in fiscal year 20, just to, if you wanted to see the difference. And then I pulled the high spending number and the low spending number, just so you could see the range of what the departments have spent. I put here for reference the fiscal year 21, what we budgeted. And then, you know, I put suggested, but we can absolutely discuss that. Dance really does spend all their money. Special ed spends most of their money. Theater, the only ones that were outliers was potentially visual arts. They've never really gone above, but they did one year did 16, so we can talk about that. Social science, world language, potentially a reduction by $500 if we felt like it, or if we thought it made sense, and it might not make sense. Counseling was the one kind of, their budgeted 13 grand, their highest was 10. And then I do have some questions on potentially what counseling uses that money for, and maybe we could proportion that to something else. I don't know. So, and these were no change. And then maybe the English department, again, they hover around $4,000. And then at the bottom is the total. So like, if you're thinking of a total, what the department spending or budget as a total of the whole budget, between, you know, 250 or 150 and 330,000. Okay. And I, you know, once I start presenting, I can't see anyone. So Cassie, if you want to do questions as we go, you just have to interrupt me.
Yeah, that sounds good. So maybe like at the end of a slide, if you have a question about
Great
clarification on the slide, definitely raise your hand and I'll pause things. Violet?
I would like to know what counseling uses the money for usually, because especially like coming back into in-person for after a pandemic, and like, I don't know, I just want to know what it is, because I'm wondering why cut it in half if supports for students would probably be at an all-time high given the amount of like extenuating circumstances that families have been through.
Yeah, Dr. Powers?
I think what we need to do is look at where their average expenditures have been. What has happened over the years is based on earlier programs that we're no longer doing. In other words, we've changed the structure of and the delivery system for what we used to call college knowledge. Now is done in a different way. And I'm not talking about the remote pandemic aspects of it, but we were making these changes even prior to that. So things are doing much more being done within class time, within time during our, what am I trying to say? Academic lab period, excuse me, things like that. So some of the costs that we originally used to incur going back some years ago were simply not as needed as much. So I think moving the counseling budget down to basically what has been typically their expenditure for the last several years, again, adjusting for the pandemic, I think would be reasonable. Just as we've had to increase the orchestra budget because going back prior to 3 years ago, it was embedded as part of the instrumental music. It was a fairly small program. Now it is burgeoned We have 3 large sections of orchestra. So we've had to expand that budget there. So there's always a certain amount of up and down, especially over a period of time. I hate to do too much from year to year because you have to see what the trends are going to be. But that's been kind of the trend with counseling, and as an example on the other side of it, with orchestra program. And those were 2 fairly large numbers. In other words, they're 5-digit as opposed to or 4. What is it? It would be 5-digit, whatever they are, instead of 4-digit numbers. I'm sorry, the screen is extremely small. So
I know. It's also, I could put it in the chat too, if that's.
It's okay. It's okay. It's visible. Yeah.
Okay.
Rachel, do you have a question on the department?
I do, yeah. I'm just wondering, this is kind of maybe base level question, but maybe someone else has it. But so the budgeted FY21 number at the bottom versus the suggested, so that's a difference of like 12,500. So I guess my question to the council is like, if this suggested number, like where would the difference go? That's kind of what I would like to ask.
We'll get there. That's a great question.
Roberto, do you want to ask on this point?
Yeah, I do have a question. I'm a little concerned about the counseling department not spending their allocated budget. And I do want to bring up that Council Member Elaine Buggs asked for a college counselor. Like, what are we doing to help our students prepare for college admission, college essays? And wouldn't that money, the $16,000 that was allocated, I think it's $16,000. Dr. Powers, you're right. The numbers are incredibly small here, but the $13,000, wouldn't that have gone to those types of program, providing that type of support through the college application process?
Yeah, you're very right, Mr. Menjivar. I think there's a little bit of a confusion over terminology here. We have 6 college counselors. Our counselors are comprehensive. In other words, they work with their students grades 9 through 12, not only individual personal counseling and assisting them with course selections and all the things related to that and their credits, but also, and a major part of what they do is college counseling. The roles that they have played here, in fact, our school, going back even prior to the current counselors, pioneered on a very comprehensive approach to college counseling. So the counselors meet with students on both a grade level basis and on a more compact basis, I guess you might say, as well. They provide resources with regard to everything, and especially starting with the second semester of the junior year. I'll just use that as the most significant portion of it. Beginning with the juniors in their second semester, with regard to college search, essay writing, et cetera, et cetera. In fact, we just recently advertised to the kids some free resources with regard to college essay writing. And then that morphs over into their senior year, with the great emphasis being on the application process, FAFSA, and the completion of their graduation information with regard to their post-secondary planning. So it is a very comprehensive program, and it's carried out by all 6 of our counselors, working directly with their individual area of students, their particular caseload. There are also programming for freshmen and sophomores, but on a lesser degree. For example, they have sponsored, and again, this past year has been a wash in this particular regard, but had sponsored college campus visits, especially for sophomores. And so it is a comprehensive approach. The college counselor role was created a number of years ago to help supplement schools that did not have the level of college counseling that we already had in place. So that's a position. If we were to create something like that, it essentially would be a supernumerary. It would be something that we don't truly need because we have those services with our current counseling team of 6 people, which I would like to point out is headed by the National School Counselor of the Year from 2 years ago, Mr. Coleman.
So thank you, Dr. Powers. I guess my concern is, like, there are expenses, right, for doing college tours, college fairs, promoting college, right, at within the school, and I'm grappling with why the counseling department hasn't maximized its allocated budget. It feels like there's a disconnect there, and there is a push, right, for students to have access to quality colleges, right? Quality, rigorous college programs. So that's where I'm struggling with this, right? I don't want to take money away from the 6 college counselors when we know going back in person, there's just going to be, just ramped up programming for college access.
I don't disagree with you on that, Mr. Menjivar. Again, it's a question of, are we spending what we need to spend? In other words, spending more than what is needed isn't necessarily a wise use of resources. And I would defer to our counselors in terms of the amount of additional funds they need for this. Again, many of the things that we're talking about here, such as college fairs, we participate along with other CPS high schools to host those. We've hosted them in our building. We've hosted them and jointly hosted them in other buildings as well. We have a steady stream of college recruiters coming in, and the counselors organize the meetings of the students with those college recruiters. Again, the past year is a bad example because of that, because of the closure. So I really do feel like we are connecting our students. In addition, our counselors take the opportunity for themselves to become better acquainted with the admissions people in the various colleges and universities, even to the point of actually doing some, again, the last year being an exception, doing their own visits to various campuses to build relationships. So much of what goes on in terms of college admissions is the relationship between the college counselor at the high school level, our college counselors, and the admissions officers of the various colleges and universities. And then again, promoting the reputation of the school as a way in which to promote the individual students. So, I mean, I don't see the need to go up to the level we had at one particular point if we weren't spending it. However, we don't necessarily need to cut that by half necessarily. We need to be realistic about it. And funds that are left over at the end of the year doesn't indicate that it's not being utilized. It just indicates that maybe it's not necessary.
And I agree with you. Looking at the trend, this has been super helpful, Sarah and the budget committee, for putting the trends. I just want to make sure, one thing that you just mentioned, Dr. Powers, is like recently the college counseling department had offered students this free resource. Free resources versus paid professional services, there's a difference in the quality. And so I just want to make sure that if we're going to be, I want to be able to make sure that the counseling department has the funds to reach out to third-party services, or for them to do essay writing workshop, like in-person essay writing workshops with students, physically with the students, going through their college application, and not just relying on a Khan Academy, right, or some free Grammarly, right? I don't want that to happen. So that's where I'm coming from.
Thank you.
Any other questions, or shall I move on?
I think you can go ahead, Sarah.
Okay, our second kind of outstanding question that we were wanting to answer was the cost for textbooks for fiscal year 22. So this was, again, like, we're not voting on the actual textbooks. We're just looking at a budget number. So I've just put $60K as our budget number. We have 4 English novels, a chemistry book, and then the AP Human Geo course. And I think she's going to present on that in June, so, or whatever. But just for budgeting, we know we want to save $60,000. Anything else? Okay. Then we had the question, what do the department budgets cover? So the administration clarified that the school covers general supplies, software licenses that multiple departments use. And the department budgets are for department-specific supplies and software licenses, department-specific tech, and things specific to one teacher. As far as general tech and teacher computers and things like that, I think those should be moved to the tech plan and get on a replacement schedule and everything. And so I would like us to move away from buying computers. I think the orchestra one was a very specific computer to fulfill a need that orchestra needed. But I think in the future, I think teacher computers should be spent through the tech plan and through the tech budget. Is there any comments on this?
I had a question. So is any professional development covered through these department budgets, or is that a school level line? Dr. Powers?
Going back briefly, and I'll answer a question regarding professional development. With regard to the general tech budget, when we are purchasing, say, teacher computers, for example, beyond a specific individual need like the orchestra program, then that would come from our general budget. That is perfectly correct. With regard to professional development, we have provided professional development support from a general budget, but if funds are available within a department budget that are being unspent otherwise, it's just as well to then use some of that for professional development. Again, we tend to support registration fees and that type of thing. And then that saves the remaining professional development for departments that perhaps do not have the resource that year.
Okay, any other questions?
Mr. Voigt, do you have a comment?
I would just sort of piggyback on what Dr. Powers said, in that, I mean, there is a budget line for professional development. It may not be shown on those departments because it's more funded through the rental income, and it is shown on the budgets,
Okay.
which I'm sure we're going to be looking at later. But I think it's normally at like 16 grand for professional development, and I'm not sure in Sarah's different scenarios if it's been brought down, but there is plenty of money there, and I can say it's almost never completely used. So most staff, when they need to do professional development, will ask it of the school and not take it out of their department amounts. The only other thing I was going to say is, I guess depending on how it's worded, I would be careful about saying the school will cover staff computer or technology needs. There are a lot of technology needs that are, like we were saying, very personalized to that teacher. And
Yeah, I guess I put this together in a hurry, but yes, we did talk about that. So department specific tech says department.
right. And I mean, like, obviously in every workstation there is a computer available, and that is something that the school provides and such. But when an art teacher says, I have to have a MacBook for X, Y, and Z because it's very specific to what their department needs are with very specific programs, in my opinion, in our experience, that would be something that should come from their department budgets.
Okay. The next question was, what is the surplus in the internal accounts? And this means actual surplus, not the total balance, is actual money that's not earmarked for other things. It could be, and I'll share this presentation, but for example, the link that says surplus, and I think it was in the email, it lists each rental line item and each total fee line item. So you can see the different balances in the individual accounts. But the total is about $662,000. So that's something to keep in mind, and it's on the giant spreadsheet that we'll talk about. Any questions?
No questions.
This was asked, I got really into this. Sorry, I kind of maybe drove Mr. Voigt a little crazy, but I was just looking at a staffing comparison from fiscal year 21 to 22, just so I could see the change. And I kept stressing, like, I just want to see the changes that we're having. And he did clarify the regular teacher number. So what we're looking at right now is fiscal year 22. The items in yellow show changes. And so anything else you see, and we added, because it was somehow missing from our sheet, this program option teacher. So you'll see that. And so and if I just quickly toggle back and forth, this is last year, we had 14 special ed classroom assistants and 9 special education teachers. And now we have 18 SICAs or classroom assistants and 10 special education teachers. So it's an addition of a special education teacher, diverse learner teacher. This number, the regular teacher from last year was 96.2 and is now 92.2. Mr. Voigt clarified that the data that I was pulling from for fiscal year 21 had 4 redundant position numbers. And he shared that data with me this afternoon, which were for coverages. I know there's an appropriate word for that. I can't remember.
They're TATs, so temporary assigned teachers for a teacher who might be on leave. So 4 of those 96.2 positions are duplicate position numbers. 1 for our regular teacher, 1 for their TAT who's here for their leave.
Right, and this program option teacher number is incorrect. That's from fiscal year 21. I just didn't update that. So don't live and die by these numbers. But just now we know the positions. And I shared a spreadsheet with you, and it listed non-discretionary. So those are your diverse learners, things that you fill first, then your discretionary spending, and then the 3 positions that we fund from internal accounts. And that's where these total numbers come from. They're additive. Okay. Oh, any questions on this?
Nope.
Okay. We talked a lot about software needs as a similar vein to textbooks needs. And so Ellen helped out and did a survey of the teacher department chairs to figure out what software they're using. The spreadsheet I shared with you, the first tab was with their answers, and it does list general software that the whole school uses, like Pear Deck, and I can't remember the other one off the top of my head. And these were software that was identified by the chairs that their departments use, and I kind of try to classify, and this again has not been validated. So music, and I tried to describe if it was a department or a whole school. Now, it looks like, and Turnitin is already in the budget line already, but there's something like that I want to take under consideration, which would be Edpuzzle, which was, Science quoted, it was $14.50 for the whole school. And then this Alberto.io, I don't know if it's an approved vendor. I don't have any cost with that, but it seems like both science and social science use that. And again, both science and social science use Edpuzzle. So that's something to think. As you can see, some of this, I was unsure, did Friends of Jones fund this or the school? And it's definitely department specific. And the really, I think the one that gave me the most pause was science. So science usually uses their $16,000 budget to cover all raw materials that they need. And this past year, they didn't really need raw materials, so they spent a lot of money on software. And I think going forward, the software was very helpful in their teaching, but then I think they'll also be adding back in the physical materials that they'll need. So it's just something to think about, that they might spend more than their budget this year unless we decide to raise it. I don't have a good number to say how much we should raise it by. She did say what you normally spend like $8,000 or more on raw materials, and I have to go look up that exact number. So it's just something to consider. Yes, Rachel.
Oh, I was just saying in the chat that the alberto.io is not, there's just one O at the end.
Oh,
That'll go to a different website. Just wanted to clarify.
okay. Okay, so this is just, you know, this is what software needs. And I think that this can be improved even for next year so that we have a better idea of teacher needs for software. But that was yes.
Kim has a question.
I just a couple of things. The Albert IO is geared towards AP teachers. So just so everybody aware, it's like a bank of assignments that AP teachers can assign students. So it's like a supplemental licensing issue that social science and English uses a lot for their AP to help with AP. And then my question is, the science raw materials, is that also included in the astronomy, like the fees that those science classes offer? Because I know that there's an astronomy fee, an anatomy fee, an environmental fee, and like, are those $40 per student fees also covering the raw materials? And does it cover all the raw materials, and then the raw materials that are left are physics and chemistry? That's probably a question for Ellen. I could have probably asked her outside of this.
No, that's okay. And also Mr. Voigt can help, I think, answer that question too.
Yeah, I can explain, but essentially the fees are collected and they supplement your budget. So we take all of those science fees, and the only place I put them is into that science budget. But the fees we collect, let's say it totals only $6,000 based on who all pays them and who gets the waiver and everything. Then that other 10,000 is supplemented from probably most likely our general activity fee. So yes, the fees are going toward the science budget, and then it's supplemented from other internal accounts or other fees that we collect. But you're not getting, if you are the science department, you're not getting that $16,000 plus all the fees we've collected. Does that answer the question, Kim? And it's the same for all the other class fees we collect as well. Visual arts, same situation. Performing arts, music, theater, dance, all of them.
Yeah, my only comment is if you look at math, it says they wrote individual funding, which makes me think they're just paying for this out of their pocket.
And then Ellen.
To what you just said, Sarah, it looked like Kim was nodding, so I think that is the case for the. I did want to mention for science that Go Formative is listed for science and also for social science, so that seems to fall under the category that you had mentioned earlier, where it's across a couple departments and therefore in the future would likely not come out of an individual department's budget. So just wanted to bring that up. Similar for Edpuzzle, as you had mentioned. Albert.io, I think I was talking to Mr. Mitchell about this. I think there's also applications outside of AP, like he had mentioned, like test prep just more broadly. Because I know for APs, like we also have AP Classroom now, so there's a little bit more overlap with those digital supports. And I think he had mentioned that it came from an AP budget line, but I don't know 100% for sure. Just a passing conversation that we were having about Albert. So that's just a question that maybe should be more broadly asked, because I don't think I saw that on like the school budget list, unless again I might have missed it in the information. Sure.
No, that's great. That's really what I was trying to do with this, is get the things that should go to whole school, which looks like Go Formative, Edpuzzle, Albert.io. Even though I really like Alberto, that those three, and Turnitin is already on there. So I don't have prices for those. We could guess. I don't like guessing, but it's something to think about.
Dr. Powers.
Yeah, for some of these, it has to do with if it's strictly within a particular department, it may there may still be value to having a school-wide purchase. In other words, if two departments are using something, but a whole school license would be cheaper, then we look at it that way as well. That provides, again, more bang for the buck, actually less buck. I don't have any specific examples there, but I know that on several that we talked about last spring, when we were, transitioning to remote learning, there were several items that it looked better to just go ahead and get the school-wide license rather than try to have the individual licensing for a smaller number of people. So that would require us to go through those and determine if that's still the case.
Right. So something to think about. Any other questions? I'm only laughing because I really wish I had the hard numbers tonight. But I
Mr.
don't.
Boyd?
Yes, and maybe speaking to what Sarah just said, some of these hard numbers, Sarah, we might not have because they are funded through Friends of Jones. And I just want to clarify why that is or how it's become this situation. A lot of these vendors, I know, let's take Physics Classroom, for example, fourth one down, that is funded by Friends of Jones. They have been battling with CPS procurement for over a year now to try and become a vendor. I get updates on it almost every week. It's super fun. And they're probably not getting them what they need, or CPS wants more. I don't know the situation, but at some point then it becomes, hey, Friends of Jones, can you guys help us out and purchase that software for us? Because I don't have the ability to do that if they are not a CPS vendor. So a lot of those Friends of Jones ones or school, that might be why it's Friends of Jones, because we do not have them as an active vendor in the school. To that point, this list could be constantly changing. At any point, CPS can pull someone. So Music First is currently a vendor, and Katie Colby may say she wants to purchase that software again. By next fall, they may have gotten pulled and they're not doing what they need to do with CPS procurement to get added. So then we have to find an alternative funding source. Just want to clarify that.
Any other?
Go, Ellen.
Okay, so I had a comment and a question. So the comment is in response to what Mr. Voigt was just saying about like the funding sources, because I believe after July 1st, that won't be an option for non-CPS approved vendors, regardless of a funding source. So this list may also change, because if these things don't get approved, we're going to be in a little bit of a tight spot. And I also had a question because Kim had asked about like course fees and things like that. I know for the English department, there are fees associated with like lost or damaged books. Is it kind of a similar situation where those get put into the English department budget? I just don't understand how it works and was wondering.
So generally those would just go back into a general supply line. And then when it's time to order books, we use those funds to order those books. For the most part, textbooks come out of the school's general funds, not out of your department budgets, unless you just need a few to supplement something. So in those instances, that's why we would use those general school funds to do the repurchasing of books that need to be replaced.
Gotcha, because I know that after this year, it's entirely likely that more of the books won't make their way back to Jones. So that's maybe a bigger source of stress this year than usual.
I mean, there is an exit process for our seniors who are, you know, the ones we should be most concerned about not getting the books back from. And before they get their cap and gown, they should be, you know, we do a rollover of all books, and there should be a list that they're getting to show what they still have to get back to us. So I'm hoping that we can bridge that, and it's not going to be worse because of the pandemic, but, you know, we do our best.
And Roberto?
Hi, Mr. Boyd, this has been super helpful. I really do appreciate your time. You've mentioned this general fund a couple of times now. Where is that general fund? If I'm looking at the budget line, where is that fund? Like, what is the title of that fund?
The general fund I was mentioning for books is specifically is what you're referring to?
Yes.
So, and I'm not
or
sure.
Like where they have to, the school is going to purchase school-wide like licenses or replacement of books, so that way it doesn't come out of the department's budget. Where would that line be?
So it kind of depends on what we're buying. If it was a school-wide purchase, like some of these licensing, I would say that should come from our general school fee, which was formerly called the activity fee. And there's usually ample funds in there after allocating to all the different departments for these kind of purchases. And on our budget spreadsheet, it does list that as a major source of the income, and then these different licensing coming out of that income. So that's where this kind of stuff would come from. What Ms. Martinsek was referring to was more of books not getting returned. And we do have an account for loss or damaged materials. So when a student pays a fee for that book that's not returned, those funds go into there. And it's not usually the only way we fund new book purchases, but we do use those funds, you know, as a go-to for book purchases as well, especially if they're replacing old books. There's a lot of back and forth in our budget because books have to be purchased with purchase orders from CPS. So I use that loss damage account in our internal accounts, and I might move that money over to a budget line to purchase books with. And so that's how that gets funded specifically. Or maybe there's not enough in that account, internal accounts right now. So I have to take some from the general activity fee account instead and use some funding there to purchase, you know, like the Nat Geo books. There's no way we'll have enough in our lost or damaged fund, so we need to pull it from somewhere else, and that's part of what the LSC decides. But there's a lot of general accounts that we have too, and they're presented in the chart of accounts each month as well. Does that answer the question?
It does. It is helpful. So it's coming from some line item in the internal accounts. So
for what we're specifically talking about right now, yes.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love this meeting so far. Should we keep going?
Yes.
Okay, budget scenarios. Now, you know, I have to say, I'm so used to using Zoom that I'm having a really hard time. I wish I could zoom in better for you. Okay, so I'm presenting. You guys see the budget if I make it a lot bigger, right? Jeez. I'm terrible at presenting. What are you guys seeing right now? Oh, you are seeing what I'm seeing. Okay, let me see if I can just make this like bigger by zooming in. Let me do this. Okay. So this is the fun part, right? We answered we answered a ton of questions. Like, I'm really proud of the group for one, asking all the questions, and then us hoping we answered a lot of them. So the very top, it says CPS. So, okay, sorry. Column B is fiscal year 2021, okay? And that's already happened, and that's what the budget items were. And I have different scenarios in 1, 2, 3, and 4 for fiscal year 2021. And this has also been shared with you. And I'm going to put this in the chat so that if you want to look at it on your screen bigger, because bigger is better when it comes to looking at budgets. Sorry, I'm a little crazy today. I mean, every day. Who really knows me? Okay. You're presenting to everyone. Thank you. Okay, so the top is CPS funded, right? And just to walk through this again, the total expense, so which is row 8, that's how much our teachers cost us, the ones that we're not funding through internal accounts, okay? But if you look, this year we only got $275,077. That's all we got, but our expense is higher. So you'll see that there's a remaining balance of $262,820, right? So we have to figure out how to pay for that. And we'll pay for that through internal accounts, and that will be shown later, okay? The next section in blue is the internal accounts, so 124 funds. And on Tuesday, in column C, Dr. Powers and Mr. Voigt presented that they had already reduced administration, principal, events, staff development. And we left, and they reduced actually staff development, admissions, and SAT prep. So again, we can play with any of these numbers, but I just left those as they presented. And the total expenses now, this number 349 is the 262 plus whatever is in those rows. And the change, and this change column, this is, I can hide this too, but it kind of shows, are we lower or higher than as compared to fiscal year 21? So right now, because we reduced some of our budget expenses, we're actually spending less than we were in fiscal year 21.
Sarah, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
The negative 349,590, that does not include the 262,820.
Oh, I'm
you've
sorry.
got-
I hid stuff.
There you go.
That's much better. I was wondering, I was like, God, that's so weird. Okay, thank you.
That negative 262 at the top is just SBB,
Right.
are not anything to do with our internal accounts, and we are trying to resolve that with that appeal. But it may need to get accounted for if the appeal doesn't work. So I just need to make sure we aren't forgetting about that.
No, and you're right. I had set this up so when I knew I was going to share, I could hide stuff so it didn't take up so much room. So I had hidden ESP staffing for school events, which they changed to 0 since we don't have any. Obviously, that would have to be adjusted if we get rentals back. And obviously, our big money, which is our 3 positions. So that's how we get to the 349. Thank you for that. I'm so excited to be a teacher today. Okay, so I'm gonna just collapse those so we can see. Now this is a bigger part. I'm gonna collapse these again so that you can see them. So internal accounts, let's talk about the fees. Okay, so this is in black because this is income and we're getting money. So this is where we fund internal accounts. The column C has our regular $400 fee, and it has a tech fee of $100. And that's how you get $839,000 in fees. That assumes a lot of things that Mr. Voigt has outlined in column A. It assumes that 69% of the students are paying the fees, and then it lists actually the estimated number of students that the fee applies to. So, for example, 1970 is our total population, but only 259 students are doing the science class. So that's why you'll see those numbers. And this black number is our income. The various scenarios that I put through play with that. They play with column E, no tech fee. Column F, $50 tech fee. Column G, $100 tech fee. Okay, so that is just a way to play with income. And I'm going to collect. The other ones will not change. Okay. Departmental budgets. We just talked a whole bunch about departmental budgets. And the yellow means change. So anything in yellow means it's different than fiscal year 21. So the budget that was presented last Tuesday kind of did just a 30% reduction across the board for the departmental budgets. Column F, I just played around. Again, this is not something that I'm suggesting. I'm just trying to play with the numbers. This is no change from fiscal year 21. Column 3 is some changes, the ones that we talked about. And then column 4 is back to no changes. Like that's kind of my, I don't want to use a bad word, but it's my superstar budget. It's like spend all the money budget, okay? So, and then you can see, I just made it collapsible as you can see the subtotal here. And Mr. Voigt can change my categorization, but I called these miscellaneous supplies. Student handbook, paper, postage, the folding machines, the copying, and the Scantrons. Those are no change. I didn't change them, they didn't change them, so I left them. And I just categorized it as miscellaneous supplies. I also added a category called software. We just talked about all this software. turn it in. I think Miss Miller had it at 7,800, so I just updated that. That's why that's in yellow. Other software, I don't know. We just talked about that. We don't really have a good handle of what that could cost. Do we want to put some money in the budget for other school-wide use software? I guessed a number. It really doesn't hold any weight, so I'm going to minimize that. I call this special projects. Project Lead the Way is for fee waivers, Loyola Dual Credit Program is for fee waiver students. I didn't change that. Well, actually, Dr. Powers had changed that to 30,000, so I left it at that, mostly because I don't know much about that program. What is this? I think I messed up. What did I do, Jeremy?
There's Project Lead the Way. So under your special project, somehow you got rid of Project Lead the
There
Way.
it is.
That is a CTE engineering program membership that we are required to pay. It's sort of like a license, but it's not quite software or anything, but it is a requirement to have our CTE engineering program. So it's not negotiable.
Right.
That's the price. The only thing that might change is they are right now under vendor inactivation with CPS as well. So I mean, this is CPS, and I don't know how they're going to resolve that, but that's the center of that program. So it has to get resolved. That will be a cost to us, but it's specifically for CTE engineering. Loyola Dual Credit, the 36.5 that we had for last year, I'm assuming that we budgeted a little bit more, thinking that program would jump up a lot, but 30 is probably more accurate for what we paid this year. I think we paid 28 grand, so we called it 30 for next year. And that program does seem to continue to grow. And to clarify, students pay the dual credit tuition if they are not on a waiver. If they qualify for free or reduced, the school covers it for them, and that's what that $30,000 is.
Great. Yeah, I had accidentally deleted it in my excitement. Under special projects, I added translation services. It was originally 5. Based on our conversation on Friday, we talked about doing some scenarios where it was more money, and especially since we have the staff that is willing to translate using overtime hours. And so I put the details in the email I sent to everyone that, kind of ballparked. I think I said something between, assuming $75 to $100 an hour, that would get us 250 to 333 hours total. So, it could be high, it could be low. I'm definitely interested in discussing that. So I put some budgets with it. And then to Roberto's point about specific non-free test prep and tutoring, I threw 25 grand in there. I do think that money can come from the ADF funding. So it's $264,000 for the ADF funding, and some of that could be for a position, but a lot of that could be for this type of item. So I'm hesitant to put it up here because I don't know if we've got any clarifications on what we can use that money for. So that was special projects. My math's working out. Technology. I just left the technology just being the one-on-one for now. I mean, I could see that changing over time. And I changed it to 153,000 because that's really what it is. That's what it's listed in her plan, and it shows that it was supplemented with a $65,000 freshman fee that's in that line. So I just wanted to accurately reflect that that's what we were spending that first year on the tech. And then I added a textbook line, and these are the 3 textbooks: AP Human Geography, potentially 41,000, and then the chemistry, and then the English novels. So I added textbooks. Okay, so this is where I have to This is our total expenses. Let me just check that.
That's
Yes.
FY21.
Yes, so total, and then these are our total expenses for different scenarios. You know, this is the, remember column C is what was presented on Tuesday, and then this change is just compared, how do our expenses compare to last year? So if we did budget C, let's call it, we would actually be up, we would be spending $13,000 less. Does that make sense? And if you do these superstar budgets, you know, you're spending a lot more than fiscal year 21. This remaining balance, what happened to my formula? Oh, there it is. Okay, so remaining balance is the fees. Remember, we collected that money. That's our money. Minus our expenses gives us our remaining balance. See, those are all black numbers. That's pretty exciting. Is that true? How can that be true? Even in my superstar budget? No, that can't be true.
I think it's true without your red line near the top, right? That 260. Or what you have to do. Is that?
Oh
where-
yeah, no, it is right. Okay, just
Yeah.
making sure. Okay, that's exciting. Okay. But hey, remember we still have that deficit up there of 262,000, right? So we got to do something with that. So
Sorry.
we're going. Yes, what
Can
I do wrong?
interrupt again?
Yes, please.
The remaining balance surpluses you're showing is just the bottom section surpluses.
Yes.
And then when you take out the 3 positions from internal accounts, which is 340 something, then you
Oh,
have the red. None of
Okay.
this is taking into consideration the deficit on the SBB, which is that very top section, the 260.
so I should
So-
update this. I should update this remaining balance to include. The,
Well, I mean, unfortunately, we still don't have our solution for that negative 260 from SBB, and it may be funded through an appeal with CPS. If it's not, it means we either have to fund it through internal accounts or find a third solution. So
I know, but
yeah.
I'm saying this remaining balance is, like you said, just I need to add a row that really reflects the
Isn't
real,
that the row after that, Sarah? That balance after offsetting, isn't that where you took off the 260? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
yes,
but I feel-
that's where I
Okay.
took off the 260. But what Jeremy's saying is, I forgot
You should be taking off the 350, not
I
the
forgot the 350. Does that make sense? I need to add this guy.
And Jeremy, that 350 is covering the three positions, right? The AP, the second operation manager, and the part-time orchestra position.
Primarily, yes, and then another, what is that, 14? I can't see the numbers exactly, but for those other 3 admissions, professional development, stuff like that, there's a few accounts that come from there as well.
Yeah, but it looks like over 80% is covering those 3 positions.
Definitely.
Yeah, so I mean, I know that's not how you really meant that remaining balance, but I just added in those positions so we could see that we really are in the red.
I had a quick question about one of the special projects. Is now an okay time to ask about that?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so I teach with the Loyola Dual Credit Program, so I'm somewhat familiar with it. And I believe in the past, CPS paid for some portion of that. Is that accurate, Jeremy and
No,
Dr.?
it
No?
is
Okay,
They
so
never
that's something we've fronted the whole time. Go ahead, sorry.
Now, the policy when we established it was if students could pay for it, they would pay for it. If students were on waiver, the school pays for it. And for the first several years, we were able to do that through grants that I got from outside sources. But we haven't had those grants the last few years. So
Gotcha.
we've taken it out of internal accounts.
That's probably what I was thinking of rather than CPS funding, but grant provisions. So I guess my question was, would we be able to return to an outside source of funding potentially for that? Because that's kind of like a really big item. And again, I teach dual credit. I can definitely see some value to our students to having a dual credit program. But I was wondering if there's some options for a different funding source, or options for partnering with a less expensive institution.
It's extremely inexpensive. It's
Okay.
like $65 per credit hour for Loyola University, which is almost nothing. It's the cumulative impact that is the number of students.
Right, absolutely, yes. Yeah, the $65 per credit hour is amazing for our individual students. But wondering if there's like some way that Loyola could partner with us, or there's an outside organization, or even, anyway, those are just like some ideas that I wanted to float.
Sure.
And again, as somebody who is taught with the program, I have a tiny bit of knowledge, but definitely not a huge amount of knowledge about the budget associated with it.
Well, the previous grants that we received came from Rivers Casino. And I was able to secure three $50,000 grants, 3 over a period of 4 years. They're not handing out money these days. In fact, almost nobody is in that regard. If we are able to secure outside funding, it would have to be very specific toward this type of program, and it would have to go into what we call our opportunity account.
And then again, I heard what you're saying about like Loyola is relatively inexpensive, but I'm wondering if we could do some research and put some numbers in a spreadsheet somewhere, just to because I haven't done that research and I would be curious about how it compares.
I don't think you're going to find anything less expensive than that, except for city colleges, which is free of charge.
Roberto, you have your hand up?
Yeah, so I know it looks like, we're focused on this red, right? But there's $662,000 in the internal accounts that would cover that red.
Yeah,
And
that's
so we
why
would be left.
if you see 118, the net estimate, that includes let's say your bank balance after you would pay all this money.
Yeah, so I guess my concern is I'm not concerned about the red, right? We have the money. And then to add to that, I think I just saw, like if you scroll down the spreadsheet, there's 300, like Friends of Jones is holding on to $382,000. Is that?
Yeah, Friends of Jones
300
has 387 in their balance. But then also, this is kind of what I wanted to talk about is we'll potentially have $496,000 coming through ADF, OST. So ADF is the $125 per pupil. OST is out of school time, which again, this is supposed to be could be used for absolutely tutoring and things like that. And then we haven't seen the money, but we've heard rumors that we will get $50,000 for each SRO if we decide in June not to retain them. That's what we would get. And we don't know if that's going to be annual or just one time. So I'm assuming, Dr. Pires, you haven't heard back from about the appeal.
No, we have not. I reached out again today and did not receive a response. Again, by the way, with regard to the SRO, the last thing you mentioned there, at this particular point, what we have been told is that would be an ongoing amount of money, which I guess could change in the future, could go up or whatever. But that's because it is shifting over to a different way of providing school safety and security. So that is intended to be over a longer period of time. The other two areas, the OST and the ADF funds, are for the coming school year only, possibly some extension beyond that for some amount. The OST would be a perfect opportunity for us to support after-school tutoring and even test prep. And there are some funds available in there for existing staff members to serve as coordinators. There's like a stipend of $1,000 for up to 3 people, if I'm not mistaken. So we do have some guidance on the OST. We still do not have any additional guidance on the ADF, other than the fact that we can use it for a personnel position to support that.
Right.
And so I do appreciate it. I'm sorry if I'm speaking out of order, but I do want to address, I understand that there's this $496,000. Well, let's not include the SRO for now, right? What's guaranteed is that $246,000 and $150,000 for the upcoming school year alone. I get that that's there, but that should ramp up the learning loss. So we are sitting on $662,000. Friends of Jones is sitting on $387,000. At the end of the day, there's over $100,000 that could be accessible to the Jones school community, right? Not including the ADF or the OST. And so we're not a brokerage firm here. We're not accumulating wealth. We're supposed to be spending that money on the current students and providing them with the best educational student support opportunity and maximizing, right, every single resource that we have available. And I know we should have a cushion, and it sounds like we absolutely do. $100,000 cushion just sitting in the internal accounts if we used any scenario E, F, or 2, 3, and 4. And then we have the Friends of Jones if it comes down to that. And we're not even including or factoring the rental income. And my understanding from the last meeting is that there have been a couple, and Mr. Hilbrand, if he doesn't mind speaking to this, there's a couple organizations that have already signed a lease or have signed some sort of letter of commitment. So there's that potential income that's coming in.
So Rachel has her hand up. If I'm going to go next, Rachel.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly speak to the SRO budget update. Cassie and I actually met this morning with Jadine Chow, and she confirmed with us that there's going to be an annual $50,000 at minimum, actually, to schools that decide, or LSCs that decide to put into place alternative safety plans for their schools. And so schools can actually request more money depending on what their budget needs are, but that's from Jadine Chow herself. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Thanks. Dr. Powers?
Yes, I wanted to follow up to Mr. Menjivar's statements there. A surplus of $100,000 is cutting it extremely fine. We're looking at a multi-million-dollar budget, and $100,000 does not pay for even basically one teaching position, or barely does. It is a very, very fine thing. Now, you are correct that we hope, be able to restore income with regard to rentals and leases, but CPS has not released that yet. In other words, that was stopped in March of last year and has not been restarted, and we have not received any additional information on that. So that's why we're including no anticipated income from that. We hope we'll be able to, but cutting it down to 100,000 is extremely fine. And I'm going to push back a little bit on the statement that Friends of Jones is sitting on $387,000. Friends of Jones is paying for in the entirety for graduation this year, so our students do not pay any fees. They paid in their entirety for the anti-racism training we're receiving. They will pay in the entirety for our freshman connection and sophomore connection programs this summer. And those are funds for the Friends of Jones to utilize as they see fit, based on the grants that we have requested in one form or another. They have been extremely generous over the years, and as we head into the start of next school year, they need to have a starting budget as well. So I think it is not our place at this time to be including Friends of Jones funds as part of the working capital we're dealing with here. That is something that could be used for some specific things, such as the ones I've explained just a few moments ago.
Okay, Mr. Voigt?
Yeah, if I could just add to that, and I hear what Mr. Menjivar is saying as well, but agree with Dr. Powers that that is a very close or thin line that we're treading on there. But more specifically, or to point it out a little better, you can see, let's take the fourth scenario, for example. The balance after offsetting is the negative 539. And then that's assuming that negative 539 is assuming that we have all of those fees collected. And we definitely won't. So maybe to spell it out better, let's call September 1 our go date. On September 1, the expectation is that all of these negative line items need to be paid for. Every department wants to have their budget ready to go. All of the licensing pretty much needs to be ready to go. Like all of these items have to get paid for. So we're sitting at a negative 539. And I promise you all those fees won't be collected by then. So I know I use the word cushion and it may sound a little casual and, loose, but it's more of a necessity than it might seem. There will not be all those funds collected at that time. So that's another reason why the 122 is cutting it extremely close. I'll do my best to make sure everybody's got all the funds where they need to be, but at some point the money might just not be there until people keep paying fees, and there's no easy way to get that collected.
So I had.
So Mr. I'm sorry, I just wanted to say, Mr. Voigt, I really do appreciate that. And Dr. Powers, I understand what you're saying. I guess my concern is what is a reasonable amount? Because 392 to me doesn't seem like a reasonable amount. And I think that it was stated that the rental income fees pay for the 3 positions. But we're covering those 3 positions right now without the rental income fees, right? And so I just want to make sure that we're yeah. So I just want to know what would be a reasonable balance.
If I could just interject, this balance, feels low. It assumes we got no money from the appeal. Okay, so that includes a negative $260,000. Now I know we won't get the full appeal, and I don't know when you'll find that number out. And they push us to approve this by Thursday, yet then they don't answer the appeals. I'll let you go, Dr. Powers.
Following up on the appeal, just to give you a little bit of an update from the conversation I had last week with the budget office. We are unlike. There are 2 approaches to this. We are unlikely to receive an actual cash increase because there are other schools in far worse financial condition than we are. Schools, for example, that have falling enrollment and many other factors such as that. However, we are all being considered for a 1-year coverage of perhaps 3 positions. And the 3 positions we're looking for, of course, positions that are currently vacant. And we have 3 vacant positions at the moment, or will have those. They're currently occupied by the teachers who are teaching, but they will be open. 1 English, 1 science, and 1 social science. And we have every intention of filling those spots. And that's, Sarah, I think that's where you and I got into some confusion over terminology earlier. We're not losing those positions. But they are presently open to be filled. CPS could, and I just emphasize could, and I do not know yet, and we haven't been told yet, could say, all right, they will cover 3 positions for 1 year. The stipulation would be, if this indeed comes through, that those people would be hired for 1 year with the understanding that they have a 1-year contract. Now, that's not at all unusual in terms of public schools. I've done it before in other school settings where we say, okay, we've got the funding for this coming year. We don't know after that. That would still be preferable than to go that deeply into our reserve. And I prefer to think of it as reserve funds. Just as you have a few extra dollars in one's wallet, you don't spend out every penny and every dollar out of your wallet if you don't have to. Or your bank account. I would prefer that we do that if we are offered that option. Now, the drawback to that is we'll be in the same situation a year from now, but our circumstances might improve a year from now. We will not be getting probably more money from CPS. We'll still have that gap such as we have there in the first section, but we may have a robustly restored or at least a partially restored income stream with our rentals and leases. So a year from now, our circumstances might look different, might look improved. But right now we're planning for how do we get through fiscal year 22. So I reached out today. I have not heard back yet on either type of support, one way or the other.
Is it the goal tonight to get to a budget and approve it, or is it to wait for the appeal and then call a quick special and approve? I mean, I still think we need to, we're not done. Like, I think that we need to look at the columns and decide what we want to commit to. And I don't want to not think about the ADF funds. Like, we're sad about the that low $100,000 number. And we did talk a lot about on Friday at the Budget Committee about cash flow, you know, and Mr. Boynton, when we talked a lot about, you know, it takes time to get the funds in. So you do have to be very cognizant of cash flow. And if that ADF fund money comes through and they say you can pay positions, then if we had earmarked money for internal positions, we can then use that money to pay for that, and then that money will not be taken out of our internal accounts. Or if we earmark the ADF money for after-school tutoring, or, you know, go ahead, Dr. Powers.
No, you're entirely correct on that, especially for what I would consider to be the lesser expenses, like after-school tutoring and that type of thing, because the OST certainly provides for that type of thing, and we have over $100,000 to utilize. But we cannot use it for anything else. In other words, we can't use it to pay for one of those 3 positions, for example. With regard to the ADF funds, again, that is for a specific purpose for one upcoming year, one fiscal year, at least as far as we know. If we were to use funds, some of those funds to employ a current person, then we still have to replace that person. In other words, yes, we could hire someone, but then who do we hire and how do we hire to replace them doing those things? So it's going to be a tricky business here, and something may have to give in terms of waiting until after July 1, which we have to do anyway for the ADF funds or the OST funds, before we can actually implement those in any way. So we're kind of stuck. We really have to have a budget that will balance right now. And then if we can shift some of those expenses, we'll use a smaller example of after-school tutoring, $25,000, whatever it might be, shift that over to the OST, and we have a little bit of a savings that way. But with regard to a position, again, whoever we put in that position might have to be then replaced, and we're back where we started as far as the budget goes.
Right, and but hopefully that funding will help us bridge the gap until we can recoup the rental. It's just something to think about. I think our next step will be a little painful, but I think that we need to go through the line items and decide, and we can adjust them. We can look at how it impacts that bottom line number. But the big ones would be the department. It's not that it's that big. Oh, go ahead, Ellen. Oh, departmental budgets, kind of to nail those down, and then the fee. And then I think just based on what we talked about, you know, we have to have a discussion about test prep tutoring, that we do have this $150,000, which cannot be used for a position. And that could definitely be earmarked for test prep. And I would love to see, not tonight, but and after June, after graduation, put together a plan for those OST funds. Okay. Should I? Yes, Dr. Powers. Ellen.
Sorry, I was like trying to formulate my thought and I preemptively clicked earlier. I had 2 questions. One, I think last LSC meeting, Dr. Powers, you had mentioned the ADF funds potentially, like, because those are for like SEL, like having an SEL coordinator, and you had mentioned a current assistant principal position being funded that way, but it sounds like from what you're saying now, that's not being considered. Can we get some clarification?
Certainly. What I was saying before, for example, let's say, Ellen, if you would make the perfect SEL coordinator for us for next year, we still need to have you teaching science. So we'd have to replace you for the year. With the assistant principal position, one of the reasons why I was discussing that earlier is we have 4 members of the administrative team, and we might be able to reallocate our responsibilities to free up a sufficient amount of time to make that the primary portfolio for one of the members of the administrative team for the coming year only, knowing that those funds may not continue beyond that. So that's one reason why we were considering that, because it isn't a position we would then replace with someone else. We would augment our responsibilities as administrators to make that possible. So that is still out there as a possibility, simply because otherwise, if we have $250,000, we go out and hire someone as part of that who's new to the staff. That doesn't help us balance the budget. That's just extra. We're trying to find a way in which we can fund in a different, with these other funds, something that already exists that we don't have to replace. I hope that made sense. I know it's a little bit of a circular thing.
Yeah, no, it helps to get the clarification. So it sounds like we're kind of balancing knowledge of the Jones community with the budget, balancing with the expertise needed to like lead this position. So it's kind of like a lot of different pieces. And then my second question, I am not sure if this is like a good time for this. We haven't really talked about, honestly, like one of the biggest expense, right, which is staffing, right? And so we had talked about like personnel very slightly, like in terms of teaching positions. And so one question that I had that I think has just been kind of circulating and coming up a little bit among teachers is, are these personnel and staffing numbers, are they including a department chair prep period off or not for the upcoming school year?
Right now, what we have done is, in order to have the greatest flexibility possible, to get the greatest number of sections we can, because we were not going down in enrollment, and we, as a result, could not go down in staff. We didn't have enough to cover all the positions we currently had. So that was one of the things we were looking at, and Mr. Heselton is using that as part of the calculations. Now that we have our freshman numbers, and we're going to start projecting some transfer acceptance numbers as well, we're going to discuss whether or not that is going to be necessary. We did not have the release period for department chairs prior to about 6 years ago, 5 or 6 years ago. The only reason we were able to do it, and I see the need, don't get me wrong, but the reason we were able to do it is because we had the funds to do it and we had the flexibility. We're looking right now at spending down to almost nothing. And that's a factor in making sure that the those funds go to classroom sections rather than being held out for department chairs. Again, it's not a done deal yet, but it's quite likely. And we're going to be looking at the numbers hopefully the next day or two.
So I just wanted to bring that up because I'm not sure that LSC members are necessarily aware of what department chairs use that time for.
Sure.
I am not personally a department chair. So I was wondering, would it be useful to the LSC if there are department chairs like watching the YouTube stream, if they would be willing to speak? I just wanted to bring that up again. Kim and I are repping department chairs as well, as all teachers. And just like, I want to make sure that the LSC is as informed as possible.
And I listen, believe me, Ellen, the necessity and the value of having that release time is unquestioned. It's a question of the efficacy of it. Can we pay for it without cutting something else?
Right.
Something else would be other positions.
I'm not sure that it has to be on other positions. I don't know. I haven't dived into the numbers that deeply.
Well, the number of department chairs, it's roughly the equivalent of 2 teaching positions, but it's spread out over multiple departments. So if we can do it, we will. But if we can't, we may not be able to do it that way. And we're calculating both ways. And a lot depends on what our enrollment numbers come in at.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't question like your valuing of this period. I just think if the LSE is making budget decisions, like being able to weigh our decision making with as much information as possible would be helpful. So Sarah, I don't follow the YouTube, I'll be honest.
Can I ask a clarification question? Sorry. What is the difference between a department prep and a teacher prep? Like, yeah, what's the difference?
Our departments, each department has a department chair. Sometimes they have a co-chair, but one of them receives a release period, meaning they teach 4 periods instead of 5. And that enables them to perform different department duties as well as attend the regular instructional leadership team meetings. But the large portion of their time is spent on budget related, on textbook studies, on interviews for vacant positions, any one of a number of things. Certainly Kim can speak to that as a department chair and one of long standing.
Yeah, and the weeks we don't. So if I'm a co-chair that has 5 classes. Actually, I have 6 classes. But Justin is the co-chair that has the department prep period, and during that time, one week he's doing an ILT meeting, and the next week he might be meeting with just department chairs. They're doing a lot of like leadership building and reading books and talking about how to become better leaders within our department and stuff like that. He's also in charge of doing all our orders. He plans our department lessons, our department professional development. All of that is within that like extra period. The teacher prep period is what I use with my prep to plan for my classes. So no department chair is planning their lessons or grading papers during a department prep. They are prepping department stuff, if that makes sense.
And so do we have a plan for when that work would be done if they do not have that period? Is it like paid as overtime anyway or something?
If it's being paid as overtime, we might as well keep it as it is. Each of the teachers have 2, and again, this is exclusive of special arrangements for department chairs. Each teacher has 2 prep periods on a regular basis, and within CPS and CTU guidelines, principals are allowed to assign people to different activities during some of that prep time. And it could be professional development. This is during the course of the school day. It could be professional development. It could be other duties and responsibilities. We traditionally at this school have not done that. In other words, our teachers have all had completely duty-free prep periods for as long as I've been principal. Maybe we've had a couple of prep period faculty meetings sometime in the past, but it was like 1 or 2 at a time. So the teachers do have ample time and are not called upon by me to do other things during that time period. If it is necessary for us to have the department chairs continue with have 5 periods of teaching, then things like the ILT meeting and so forth would have to be held during if we could arrange a common prep time for them, and it would be a principal assigned time. That's allowed on a weekly basis. We never do it so that the teachers have maximum use of their time. But we may have to do that, let's say every other week for an ILT meeting, that type of thing.
And so how about the work that Kim was talking about, like the budgeting and planning and that kind of stuff?
It has to be done collectively as part of each individual department, whether they do that during their department meetings or their team meetings, which they have during various times during early release, during other times during the course of the week. So we do have time during the course of the week. It's more than a convenience, but to have that release time. But if it makes a difference between having enough sections to keep our individual class enrollments at a reasonable level or not, then we may have to go back to what we did previously, and that was those things are done during their own prep time or outside of school hours. It's a question of essentially saving almost 2 teaching positions, the equivalent.
Yeah, I think to Ellen's point, we definitely want to be able to look at the trade-offs and what we have flexibility on, and, you know, look at positions in more detail. Like, for example, do we get to pick which are our program option teachers versus our regular teachers? Like, so can we pick our 3 most expensive teachers and have them covered under our selective enrollment positions? Like, is that something that we can move around?
Jeremy, have you gotten the word back on that?
We can, but in, you know, keeping in great CPS fashion, they won't let us do it until the next fiscal year begins. So you can change who those teachers are in the SOW. That is not opened up until after budget closes.
Okay, so I think we should take a little recess, if that's okay with Justin. He could speak after, like, if we come back at 8:24. Does that work for everyone? So let's take a recess and come back. And Justin could join the meet and comment then. Okay, so we'll see you in 5 minutes. Hi, okay, I think we have enough back, hopefully, to, let's see here. How many do I see? One. Great, so I'll call us back to order.
Did you, Heidi Park could also speak if we felt like we would want that. I can, if someone could email her the link, and then I'll take a roll call. Okay. Bowman,
Here.
Boyd,
Here.
Serna Prado,
Here.
Cresswell,
Here.
Hernandez,
Here.
Hilbrands,
Here.
Ma here, Martinsek,
Here.
MacArthur, oh, I'm sorry, Menjivar,
Present.
Powers,
Here.
Zen.
Here.
Okay, why don't we have Justin go ahead. Justin, thanks for joining us. And hopefully someone is sending Ms. Park the link. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, thanks for letting me join. I'm Justin. I'm the math co-chair of the math department. I just wanted to share my experience as co-chair and talk a little bit about Dr. Powers kind of mentioned like there's a really good need for us and the work that we do. I just wanted to give you a sense of like what it is that we do. And in my opinion, I don't know if I would ever be able to do this work without this extra prep period. So basically, there's two buckets of what I do. I work with the ILT and I also facilitate department meetings. In the ILT this past year, we've done a lot of nice work under the, honestly, under admin's leadership in kind of restructuring what it is that we're doing so that ILT is more focused on long-term instructional change in our school. And I'm pretty excited about the work that we're doing. Next year, we're going to be working on culturally responsive teaching, which I think is a big priority of the school. We were tasked with, we chairs were tasked with coming up with a monthly plan to facilitate this learning in our school. And that kind of stuff takes a lot of work. It would just simply not be able to be done in our regular prep periods. And then on top of all that, I'm a little, I hold my professional learning community really dear to my heart because this past year we've just kind of banded together and we said, hey, we want to learn how to be better leaders. We want to learn together and we've done that work. And this is through that prep period that we were able to create a professional learning community and actually learn how to be leaders. And you know, without this prep period that we all have, none of this would happen. So as you're weighing this decision, I just want you to think about what would be lost, what sort of leadership in the departments would be lost, what sort of leadership in ILT would be lost if we weren't given the appropriate amount of time to get this work done. So that's about it. If you have any questions, I kind of spoke in vague generalities. So if you have any more specific questions, I'd be happy to answer anything.
Thanks. Heidi, do you want to speak next?
Yeah, so I think Dr. Powers did a nice outline of the different things that department chairs cover, like in terms of roles and responsibilities, budget, obviously. If there's open positions, we coordinate a lot of the hiring work. And then, you know, just the working with the ILT and working with the other department chairs. I did just want to bring up that it does take me about 1 to 2 hours to plan an hour's worth of department meeting. This semester, our science department chose to read Culturally Responsive Teaching in the Brain to lay a foundation for those deeper conversations around what culturally responsive teaching looks like in the science classroom, because we just didn't have like the language and tools around it. And those meetings have taken me longer to plan because that's a topic that I don't feel can be handled lightly. And I am also still learning with my department on that, you know, road. And so if it's a priority of our school to push towards this racial equity work, that can't happen in departments without those carefully structured meetings, and that does take time. And so then to lose that prep period would make things very challenging. I think the other thing is I'm not sure if I could continue as department chair without that release time. And if I were to step down from that role, I'm not sure who in my department would be willing to step into that without the release time. So it's just a question of, I guess, yeah. So I just wanted to bring up those things and, co-sign everything that Justin said as well. And so if there are any questions,
Thanks, Heidi. So, I mean, it really looks like we're going to need to consider some other scenarios and see like what the costs are here and where they could be balanced out. And I think, I mean, I don't know if we need to get informal vote like that. We should look at that. I think it's pretty clear, especially given our priorities on equity and culturally responsive teaching. And I mean, just for a functioning school, planning time is really important. It's really underfunded and really undersupported in CPS in general. But it's actually incredibly crucial to the time that teachers are in front of our kids. Okay, so we have some hands here. Mr. Voigt.
Sorry, that's old.
Okay, Dr. Powers.
Well, again, I agree with everything our department chairs have said. As I said myself, this isn't so much a matter of the budget as it is going to be a matter of class size. In other words, each of the departments will then not have the service of a potential period of teaching. Once Mr. Heselton is able to give us a complete picture, which hopefully we'll be able to do, like I said, tomorrow we have ILT meeting. And then if he was then to recalculate everything based on not having that period available from the department chairs, what impact will that have on the number of sections and what impact will that have on class sizes? So again, it's not so much money that we have it one way or the other in the budget, it's how we're allocating the time within our people that we already have. In other words, it's a matter of assignment as opposed to different budget. The people are full-time already, they're paid full-time already. It's a question of whether or not we can handle the loss, not having those sections available to us. And in ordinary times, when we had a little bit more money to work with, we could possibly then, as we did this year, add an additional overtime factor to a number of the teachers to pick up those sections, such as, for example, Kim is doing this year with the 6th period. But that's money that has to then be paid beyond the 5 periods that we already have teachers available to do that who are department chairs. We'll look at the numbers tomorrow. We'll see what it looks like with regard to class sizes in each of those departments and see if it makes a difference or not. What it would be if we retain the release time, the release period, and what it would be if we don't. And we can't do it on a department by department basis. It's either everyone has the release period available or no one does. And that's just a matter of class sizes.
Yeah, I mean, so class size is about money and it's about positions. So if there's other things that can be moved around, should we be looking at them? We do have some, so for example, we have a full-time test coordinator. Could that person be a half-time test coordinator and a half-time teacher teaching sections of whatever she's qualified to teach? Or is she, I don't know what other trade-offs can be done, but are there things like that we could look at? So I think we need to examine that.
Almost anything is possible, I suppose, but each of us on the administrative team could start teaching classes. When would we do the rest of our work is really what it comes down to. I can teach a social studies class. Dr. Plunk can teach math classes. We still don't cover everything. And that just stretches us even further. And that would be true, for example, you use the example of our testing coordinator, our assessment coordinator. That's a busy job and it's a full-time job.
Yeah, but I think that's the kind of trade-offs we need to look at. So I think that's what people are going to need to see.
Well, those are the kind of trade-offs we will look at, yeah. Those are
Sarah?
decisions made within the school leadership.
Okay, I kind of have some questions of my own, some are not. So my first question is based on the appeal. If you got that full appeal money, would that secure that extra departmental prep? I'm sure, or no?
That would cover positions in 3 different departments. It wouldn't necessarily increase the number of sections we would have available. It
Okay.
would cover those particular positions. And when I say those that are vacant positions now, the only reason it would have to be those rather than some other positions already existing is we can't change anyone's employment status who's currently already employed by us. We can't say, okay, now you're a 1-year person. We can't, it would have to be somebody coming in new.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, my second question is you had mentioned that you have a ballpark for enrollment numbers. What are you looking at?
Well, right now what we're looking at, and in all honesty, our freshman numbers are coming in low, probably lower by 25 or 30 students than we had anticipated. And to boot, we always lose. We always have attrition over the summer, regardless of the circumstances. So right now we're looking at a freshman class size that would make them the smallest class in the school. That's fine. It means, however, that if we come in under our projected 1,970 total enrollment, then we receive no additional funds in the fall, which are very valuable. For example, if we come in at 1990, we hit our 1970 and we're able to come in at 1990, that is $100,000 plus in terms of additional funds we receive in October, which makes a big difference. Right now, we have 2 other options in terms of growing our enrollment. But again, the more you grow your enrollment, the more teaching sections you need. It's a vicious circle. The 2 options we have are to expand to some degree, not a great degree, but to some degree, the CTE enrollment, because we do have a wait list for CTE. There is no wait list for selective enrollment. In other words, the kids who have said, yes, we're coming, will have no more than those. There's no other
There's
option.
no round 2 anymore.
Well, there is a round 2, but round 2 typically, and we haven't done it for more than 10 years, typically then kids who didn't get in anywhere and then have scores in the 400s, 500s, 600s, which would put them far below our typical admission, which frankly would be a disservice to those kids. The other option, again, I said about a slight growth in CTE because we do have some capability there. The other is to expand our transfers at grades 10, 11, and 12. We certainly have ample numbers of applicants. We've been holding our transfers to around 10 per year. However, we could increase that once our numbers settle down and we see just exactly how much growth we would need to get to 1,970. And also remember, we've lost students in grades 9, 10, and 11 for next year. People that we know are leaving. They're moving from the city. They're going to another location, whatever it happens to be. So right now, our total enrollment, instead of being 1,970, is under 1,950. It's like 1,942, I think.
So
We've got to boost that back up to about 1,970 and beyond if we can.
Right. And I guess my question is, if let's say we were right at 1970, what's different about last year and this year that would take away that position, that planning period for the department chair? That's what I just don't understand.
Less money.
Because we have less money
We-
because of raises.
The raises themselves, the roughly 3%, I believe it is, that goes actually toward the teachers' raises, that was accounted for in the student-based budgeting. What wasn't accounted for were lanes and step increases, and there were some additional funds made available to teachers who were high on the salary scale, who had kind of, I guess, topped out is probably the best way to describe it when it comes to salary scales. That's not factored into it. And that's really where our shortfall was. Our teachers cost more than just the 3% that we got. Talking to people in the budget office, we're not likely to see anything different a year from now. So we've got to be able to work within what we have here. Again, we don't want to see class sizes grow beyond a reasonable level. You know, that's why we have that under consideration. We will be looking at that as part of our total numbers, though.
And I just have two. I have one from the chat, and then well, I guess there may be three things. Okay, so my shout out to the teachers is that I feel like unless you step down from your department chair role, which Ms. Park mentioned she might have to if that period got taken away, because it would just be untenable to maintain the situation. My fear is that the work-life balance for our department chairs will just, because it'll be hard for them to pull back and not continue to do all the good work that they do, that we're going to have some very stressed department chairs that are trying to do more than they can handle, especially when it sounds like a lot of them are developing their own PD. And it doesn't seem as a school that we do, it seems like the PD is really up to the department to implement. So I guess my concern with that is that yes, our class sizes can stay lower, but we lose this PD that is kind of built into this department. Let me read something from the chat real quick. As a department chair and delegate, though, we cannot ask department chairs to use their prep time for meetings and not for other teachers. That might actually be a contractual issue. So I missed the conversation about meetings. Maybe you had already answered that.
I'm sorry, are you asking me to respond?
Yeah, she was just worried that you could not ask the department chairs to use their prep time for meetings and not.
Actually, we can. I mean, that's in the contract. A principal can have teachers use their teaching prep time, a portion of it, even each week. It's just something we have never done.
Okay, I think I'm just maybe not asking it. I think she's saying that you can't ask the department chairs and not the other teachers. Is that, Heidi, am I getting that right?
Yeah, I believe that was what that comment was, is it wouldn't be fair to ask just the department chairs to use some of their prep time as principal directed and not the rest of staff. I am not as familiar with the nuances of the contract, but that might be something that, so the question would be, what would the other teachers be asked to do during their principal directed time?
Yeah, it's just something to think about.
I can say at this particular point, for the sake of argument, I can ask Mr. Heselton to put the department chairs back on a release time period and then recalculate our class sizes. It will impact every single department, or will have an influence in it because it involves every single department, and see what our numbers look like so that when we do look at our section sizes and then very soon we have to start building the master schedule, and we can't do that until we know how many sections we're actually going to have. So I can ask him to do that because he's been calculating things based on having the maximum number of teachers actually teaching. I don't want for the department chairs to lose that extra relief period. I don't want that. But I want the budget to balance, and I want and that's not really the factor in this case, but I want the class sizes to stay reasonable. But if people are going to turn around and say, hey, my class sizes went up, we can't do anything more about it. We can't add overtime for teachers to pick up additional sections next year. But we can see what the numbers are going to be like now that we have a little bit better picture of what our enrollment is.
Okay,
Yeah, I think those numbers would be helpful for the LSC to see, because I don't think anyone really has an idea what class size looks like unless you're a teacher, for the most part anyway. So I think that would be helpful. Roberta?
My last question.
Okay, sorry, Sarah.
Yeah, so I mean, to that, with the class size, I had noticed in the master schedules that you had sent to me that I was just looking through that there were some, and I don't remember off the top of my head, there's some teachers that don't have full sections. Maybe athletic gym teacher. I can't remember the teacher, but does that sound familiar, that there are some teachers that might not be department chairs, but don't have 5 sections or 6 sections?
That's correct. We have 2 people. One is our athletic director, who teaches part-time and the rest of the time manages the athletic program. And the other is our programmer, Mr. Heselton, who is department chair and programmer and physical education teacher. So he has release time for his duties as programmer.
Is one of those a 1.2 position?
Mr. Heselton's, no, excuse me, Mr. Grissetto's is.
So Mr. Grissetto is 1.2, so he gets paid extra, but he teaches less, but he has to manage the athletic
He manages
department.
the entire program, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm done now, everyone.
Roberto?
Yes, so it sounds like, I just want to make sure I understand the difference between the department prep and the teacher prep. The teacher prep is specifically for teachers to, for them to design their own class and grade papers and go through whatever their responsibilities are. And then the department prep is trying to come up with teaching strategies or MTSS to implement across your courses, across the various classes in your department. Am I understanding that correctly?
You're asking me, Mr. Mendra?
Well, I'm asking any of the teachers here. So
Sure.
Heidi, Justin, or Kimberly. I'm just trying to understand that. Like, so, you know, this is a way to take a school-wide approach to various teaching methods and collaborating, right, among your peers, where your teaching prep is for you, right?
I can, I guess, speak on that briefly, and maybe Justin, you can jump in with what happens in the math department. But like roughly, yes. So the teaching prep is to, like you said, do the grading and the planning for your actual classes and the day-to-day of all that. That's what we all use that time for. And then the department chair prep, like Dr. Powers mentioned, so it's not just like collaboration. So some of that is the administrative work, like managing the department budgets and coordinating, you know, textbook purchases and like all of those other like myriad of things. Like this year, I spent some of that time working with the CPS. I forget what their office is, but basically they're giving us 2 new science labs. And so like we had to coordinate with them about what that was. So that's what some of that time is. And then also on top of that, coordinating what our department meetings look like and what our department goals are. Some of that is coordinating with the ILT, like what are the school goals and how do our department goals align with the school goals. And some of that is just like as a department, where do we want to focus? Where do we want to learn and grow together? And so that's, so there's like a lot of things that are happening during that department prep time. And Justin, I don't know if you want to chime in with anything else.
Yeah, I was just going to mention, it kind of depends on the department, kind of, you know, what each department is working on as a goal. So for example, this past year, the math department was really focused on kind of, this makes sense, on how are we going to do hybrid and remote learning. And so like that was our goal, and like the bulk of my time was spent on facilitating time for us to share ideas and best practices around remote teaching. And so it kind of just depends on what the department needs are. And like I mentioned, I'm you know, excited about the fact that ILT has asked us to kind of work on culturally responsive teaching for next year, and we kind of made a plan. And what my work will be is kind of facilitating that learning that we'll do in our departments.
Thanks. Kimra Ellen, do you have more on that?
So Roberto, you were asking about also like teacher prep periods, like in addition to department chair prep periods. So I'm not a department chair, but I teach physics and AP physics. So I'm designing curriculum. I'm adapting this year a lot of things to a hybrid or remote setting. In normal times, I am setting up labs, right? Like there's a lot of different things that happen during my prep time. I'm grading, right? So like a lot of those things department chairs also do, right? Because they also teach classes, and then additionally have these other responsibilities related to professional development, as Sarah had mentioned, also related to budget, like managing the department budget, which we've been talking about a lot tonight. So I don't know if that helps clarify, or Kim, if you wanted to add anything that I'm missing.
You got it, girl.
Yeah, so I think knowing some of the class size data now, knowing projected class size data, and then knowing projected class size data if the department chairs have this restored or vice versa, would be very helpful. I don't know if it's possible to use some of the OST and ADF money for tutoring and, you know, use that to supplement class size issues if that's what happens. So, you know, whatever creative thinking that we can come up with. I mean, and I know schools where APs do teach sections. You know, we have a lot of flexibility at Jones historically, but having some, you know, seeing solutions, I think people, I think the LSC members want to see that, the array of things that we're balancing out. And I have to point out that last week, when we voted on these extra positions, an AP and an operations manager, that's why I voted no, because we didn't see the full budget. We didn't know about all the positions. And that's the sort of trade-offs that we were making a commitment to, and that we've now committed to an operations manager, which is a very expensive position. That's going to be, you know, that's a lot of money when we are worried about class size. So I just want to put that out there, that this is the kind of trade-offs, and I think we really, you know, I think we kind of made a mistake to force that vote last week. Whatever CPS says, I think it's very problematic. Roberto, is that an old hand? Okay. Sarah, did you have a final plan for what?
I can share my screen again. What do we think we can finish tonight? I think we should, hold on, let me share my screen. Sorry, I just had to share a window. Okay. Let's just start at the top. Let's hope we get an appeal.
Do Justin and Heidi need to stay on for this, or
No,
sorry, I just didn't want them to have to feel like they needed to stay.
Absolutely. Good night. You're welcome to stay.
Thanks, Kim.
You don't have to. These top numbers don't change. Hopefully we get some appeal. So we leave that as it is. I feel comfortable with what Dr. Powers and Mr. Voigt recommended for these lines: staff development, admissions, SAT prep. Does anyone have any comments on those? No. Okay, fees. I think when we're talking about fees, I think let's do something easier. Let's go to departmental budgets. Let's do the stuff that we.
Hey, Sarah, can I ask a question? Going back up. So I noticed, I think if you expand, might be in the internal accounts where the substitute and there was like a line item about substitutes.
Yes, various buckets, row 35.
There's like zero money in that, and I'm trying to understand what that means. So if a teacher for whatever reason has to take the day off, we're not covering any substitute. Is that what that means? Can I get clarification on that line?
I can speak to it. This is pertaining to, I don't even know if the word subs should be in there. It's not really relevant. Various buckets for overtime would be overtime not covered in the 3 spots before, perhaps. All of our subs are, CPS basically takes a big chunk of money at the beginning of the year and puts it into paying for our subs. And then at the end of the year, we should be able to use any money that's not utilized. But no, there's always going to be subs to cover it. if a teacher is out, whether it's for a benefit day or if we need to actually pay for it for like a testing purpose or something like that. There is money already worked into the budget for subs. So yeah, it shouldn't really be in there, and I don't know how it came to be in there to begin with.
I think that was for like if you're doing a rental and you need to pay your security guards overtime to stay out on the weekend. That's what that line's for. Okay. So this will leave. And then I'm going to skip fees for just 1 second. I'm going to go to something easier, departmental budgets. Any adjustments we were making, as to Rachel's point earlier, saved us about, it depends. With no cuts, we're at 325,000 is our total. With some cuts, we're at 312. It's, 13,000 difference for that. Dr. Power spoke a lot to counseling already about, just adjusting these over time. And, social science, world language, I don't know, they haven't really, based on their averages, they haven't really gone over that amount, maybe once. And if they were to go over, athletics has gone over in the past. I don't know if Mr. Voigt can speak to what happens when departments go slightly over their line item.
It basically, they're in a negative at the end of the month, and then when the new budget rolls over in July 1 and I start reloading, I just take that negative away from next year's.
So that, thank you. So that would explain what could happen if you were to go over. Are you more comfortable with, oops, I don't want to move stuff around, with the slight reduction, or would you like to leave them all as is? I'm not really making a motion. I'm just trying to get a working budget. Do I need to make a motion?
It appears that there's only a slight difference.
Yes.
Between the two, and by slight, I think we're talking about what, 13,000?
13,000, yes.
Might as well go with column G, unless we really feel like the saving of $13,000 is going to be a make or break. I think column I, whatever it is, an F. I'm sorry, it's very
F, yeah, I'm so sorry.
the third one, FY22
Yes.
parentheses 3, I think is reasonable, but again, it puts us considerably over what we were proposing originally, which is deeper into the internal accounts.
Right, but this is based off of data of what they're really going to spend, So I would say for me, maybe saving 13 isn't terrible. It gives Mr. Voigt maybe a little bit more, very little amount of cushion. I don't want to cushion.
It's a compromise point.
It's a compromise. Should I make a motion? Is that where we're at? We're voting on separate.
Sir, I
spots?
guess, to Rachel's point, $13,000, really? We're gonna, I guess I want to know what happens if like the counseling department doesn't spend that money. So if we stay with $13,000 and they come up spending $10,000, right? What happens?
It just stays in their account, and then next year I start them off with, I give them another 8,000 to pull them back up to 16. So the school doesn't lose it. It's a great point. Counseling, if you want my input, I would be careful about reducing some departments, but not others. There will be backlash from that for sure. So I would just say you got to do a reduction across all the boards or none at all. But that's strictly my opinion, and I don't have a voice on this LSC. I'm just offering it.
I don't disagree with Jeremy on this point.
Yeah.
That's why we originally went with an across-the-board percentage reduction.
I think it was Kim and then Rachel.
I was just gonna say that although $13,000 seems like a moot point, if we're talking about class sizes at a 0.2, I feel like $13,000 is a 0.2. That's like a section coverage that we may need depending on how class size is. So although it doesn't seem like a lot, like just having the availability to put that somewhere where we may need it, it might impact students' learning and students the most. like that's, I would say that would be really important to consider. And I also want to second, I agree with like the picking and choosing of departments might come across as inequitable across, and that could get some backlash from teachers from the teacher perspective. Like a 20% cut overall instead of a 30% cut or something like that. Like, I don't know what that would do, but like that would seem more equitable to the school situation. And I do think that teachers also understand that like this is a pandemic year and that we're not living on like fluffy cloud land and everything we've ever wanted to buy will be bought. So I think we can work within budgets as well a little more smartly.
So I'm making column G 10% reduction, just so you could see what that is. I gotta make, but not to Eagle Leaders since that's new. Okay, sorry. Math, English, not nursing, because they always spend all their money. So that's what it does for, you know, I'm gonna say though, I didn't do it right. Dance uses all their money. So they'll, you know, but yes, that's a 10%. So that gets you to 292.
Rachel, did you want to go?
I guess I was just saying, wanted to say kind of, I guess I'm wondering about the backlash thing. And I asked this as like a genuine question, just because it seems to me if like a department hasn't historically used the money given to them, then we're making a decision based off of that data, as opposed to like, you know, choosing certain departments because we don't want them to have money or something like that. And so I wonder, like, I don't know. That's just kind of, I'm just like sitting here as an outsider wondering that, but.
Yeah, and to follow up with that, equity does not mean that everyone has the same thing happen to them. Equity is like actually providing the departments with what they need. And something like science might need more stuff than world languages does. They have many objects in science, right? And I don't know, we bought also a world language software. Did we? I think I saw that on like the overall list as well as a department thing. The other thing is, for counseling, maybe those extra funds could actually be then used on a different line where we have some of the, like say the after school stuff or whatever that we were talking about. Like if they have funds that aren't being used each year, then we need to reallocate them. It's not some, I just think that's like the basics of budget decisions. So I think a uniform cut is kind of weird. And if people want to be super angry, it looks like there's a little flexibility usually anyway. And, you know, I'd be happy to take the flack for that.
Kim, is my math wrong?
I wasn't paying attention, but I'm sure
No.
Excel did it for you. So.
Yeah, no, your hand's still raised, so I was
Oh,
thinking.
sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
I mean, I like data-based info. If a department came back and said, you cut my stuff, say it was based on the average, I don't know. And I'm not comfortable cutting 10% across the board, just personally. So, you know, the way to move forward in these is to make a motion. So I know it's weird to make a motion and vote piecemeal on this budget, but I think maybe that is a good way to move forward. Yes, Dr. Powers.
My concern here is we're already dealing with a very thin margin at the bottom line. And adding 20,000, let's see, what is the difference between what we were proposing originally and what we were proposing?
Yeah, you were proposing 228,000. That was a 30% cut.
And the 10% would put us at 292 compared to either 312 or 325, which were other proposed. That is a savings, and it's a reasonable percentage of what is left in internal accounts. If we're looking at trying to, you know, keep that from sagging too far down, especially because, as Jeremy pointed out, that money is not all going to be sitting there on September 1st. You know, any margin we can provide ourselves, I think, is is worth considering. A 10% reduction under the circumstances that we're looking at now is not unreasonable. It's a belt tightening. It's not a hatchet. It's a scalpel. It's not even a scalpel. It's a belt tightening. Okay, I've used enough mixed metaphors. It's a model.
The other thing is that departments don't spend their budgets all in September, right? So, I mean, that's just something to think about. You know, remember, this is worst case, no rentals, remember, this green means no appeal money, 118. You know, so you might bump it up by 100,000 if you think you're going to get 100,000 for the appeal. Just keep that in mind. I don't want to, I mean, you're going to cut the athletic budget. They're going to spend all the money. I don't know. Go ahead.
I think it would be good to let's make a motion on whichever column the person who wants to make a motion on make it, and vote on it and see how well it does.
So I would like to make a motion to approve column F22, scenario number 3 for the department budget subtotal of $312,000.
Thank you, Roberto. Do we have a second?
I'll second. Oh, Rachel. Sorry, I need to. I need to write this down. Okay. Problem with screen sharing is now you're going to see my. Okay, let me take a roll call. I'm sorry, I just got to write this down. Okay. Roberto motioned, Rachel seconded. Take a roll call. This is for column F. It's a piecemeal reduction. Bowman.
Abstain.
Okay. Boyd.
Abstain.
Serna Prado.
Yay.
Creswell.
Yay.
Hernandez.
Yay.
Hilbrands.
Abstain.
Okay. Martin Sack.
Yay.
Myself, I forgot myself. Me. Yay. Menjivar.
Yay.
Powers.
Nay.
Is a nay. Let me make sure I get this. Zen.
Yay.
Okay. That was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 yays. So the motion carries. Okay. I want to make sure something matches. So just for the record, so that I can verbally reflect what was seen on the screen, the changes were to special ed reduction by 500, visual arts reduction by 3,000, social science and world language reduction by 500, counseling reduction by 6,500, and English reduction by 500 for the record. Thank you. All right, let me share my screen again. Okay, so I guess we're gonna focus on column F. I'm gonna, okay, so column F, we can play with the fees. Right now, it's showing a $50 fee. I could change that to a $100 fee so you could see. Let's look at the impact at the bottom. Assuming we get no appeal, And assuming it's only a $50 tech fee, this is what that net estimate. However, if you wanted to see, if you wanted to see it to $100, what that fee would be, this is your cushion. And again, that 163 could easily be 263 based on the appeal. Yes, question? No? Oh,
Yes.
okay. Please,
Yeah,
go ahead.
I would just like to point out again, with regard to the technology fee, that it would not be paid by anyone who qualified for fee waivers. And it might not be paid for people who are on the bubble, so to speak, or on the margin and who appeal. And I can't remember the last time we turned down an appeal based on information that was shared with us. This would give us a little bit more of a reserve, particularly because of, again, our cash flow needs. Anything we can do to keep that from sinking below 100,000, and 100,000 is not a magic number. As I said before, that is a tiny amount of money when you're looking at this total budget. And I think we would be well served to have some buy-in on the part of the families who can pay for it, which is the majority. And they're being entrusted with a $300 piece of equipment to keep track of. And we're going to have to pay for the repairs, wear and tear, and so forth. And by the way, just going back to the, Joanne had the 5-year lifespan for the Chromebooks. That doesn't factor in wear and tear and carrying them back and forth and loss and damage and so forth. And even wear and tear and they're completely intact, 4 years is a good long time for something to survive that long. So I think having a $100 technology fee paid by everyone other than people who qualify for fee waivers is very reasonable, and it gives us a little bit more of a margin to work with.
Roberto? Oh, are you skipping? Okay, is it old hand? Sarah?
Are students going to sign like a contract when they check out the Chromebook for if they lose the Chromebook, do they have to pay for it? You know, that kind of thing.
Basically, yes. It's school equipment.
Okay, so it's like if they lose a book, do they have to pay the full cost, or have that not been decided yet?
That I don't know, because only since last spring have we issued Chromebooks to students.
Okay.
And we've been kind of doing that on the fly, so to speak.
Yeah.
We just had to make it up as we went along.
Rachel?
I just wanted to say I hear the point about this, the precarity of like the past year. And I really like the idea of like maybe this fee in the future, like next year, for example, going to 100, and this year it being $50. That just seems to me like responsive to the past year, the pandemic. But I just wanted to put that out there.
Well, if I could add, the students have had absolutely free use of the technology over the past year. They were just simply issued to them with no strings attached, essentially. And now we're going into a much greater obligation with a larger amount of equipment to be maintained and tracked. And again, I think the 100 is very reasonable, given that it does not negatively impact those who are on fee waivers.
Troy?
Yeah, Troy?
I would also just like to add that, you know, when you go from a $50 fee to a $100 fee the following year, I feel like a lot of parents are going to wonder why the major jump in just in 1 year. If you know, we're settled on 50, if we can maybe compromise at 75, I think a $25 jump might be less of a sticker shock from year to year. But I would be in favor of 100.
I think we determined also, consulting with other schools, that those range between 75 and 125. generally speaking. So that puts us basically in the center of that range.
So I just threw 75 in there. So you could see, you know, you're at 129 as opposed to 2 or whatever. So it was 169, I think. So, well, actually I can just do this. Yeah, it was 163. And then it's 129. So, and again, remember, add hopefully an appeal amount to that. But yes, I think you're, you know, I know I'm going to say that I'm in favor of a $100 fee, which might surprise some of my friends and colleagues here, but because I know that there are a lot of families that can pay this. And the caveat that I know that I'm going to work with Mr. Voigt, Mr. Hillebrand, and Dr. Powers to make sure this outreach to the people on the cusp. So even though you might not be reduced, but you're almost reduced, or you had like a rough, you know, and to reach out to the family by they can still make their appeal. I learned that really we only say that you can make the appeal that year. So if you don't make your appeals to your senior, you're kind of you don't get to make appeal for your freshman year or your sophomore year. So at the end of the year, making sure that we're meeting with those families somehow and saying, do you need to file an appeal? Because this is your time. Okay, and I'm done.
Ellen?
I had a few questions, and Dr. Powers, you actually brought up one of the things I was going to ask, which is that I remember the side-by-side comparison of different schools, and our fees are kind of within the same range of other schools within CPS. I was wondering if we'd heard any like scuttlebutt about changes that they may be making for this upcoming school year, given the pandemic economic hardships, but also given that many schools are increasing their technology. So I'm not sure if we've heard anything about that, but I appreciate the fact that we are like within that range.
We haven't heard about any changes. We've been working on our own budgets.
Totally fair. Yeah, I know it's always like panic mode budgets.
Yeah. I think with the greater commitment to, and again, some of that was schools that were already one-to-one computing. So we're trying to measure it based on that, so that we would be essentially on par, more or less, with those schools.
Yeah, awesome. So that was one question that I had. And then I agree with what Sarah is saying about like that, like there is the ability to pay this fee to help support this ongoing need, not just for purchasing, but as Dr. Powers said, maintenance. And then if we're putting the work, the legwork to do that advocacy and outreach to parents and families to make sure that we're making that appeals process very clear, then I think I am more comfortable with like that $100 figure than I was like before we had this conversation.
And Roberto?
Yeah, so I do like, Troy, your compromise of the $75 fee. And especially it kind of sounds like every year it might be increasing by $25. So this year is $100. Next year might be $125 or $150, at least starting at $75 and seeing where we are for the school year, and then determining whether we need to increase that by another $25. Last year, the previous LSC approved to increase the athletic fees. So the varsity and the JV fees went up by $25. So I think that would be a pretty good compromise here, where we're taking that freshman, whatever transition fee that was $50, moving that into a technology line and adding $25 to that, and that's $75. So I would feel more comfortable with the $75 fee.
Dr. Powers?
Yeah, and I understand where you're coming from, Mr. Menjivar. Look at it in two ways. First of all, the $50 that we are not including anymore as a freshman fee was really only for the freshman class. This is a fee that is applied to all students at all grade levels. And secondly, those who can afford to pay, in other words, people who do not qualify for fee waivers or who are not on the bubble, $25 is not going to make a hill of beans difference for those individual families. In all likelihood, it makes a fairly significant difference when you calculate that in terms of the total. While 75 sounds like a compromise, it really is not. It's not achieving anything significant. I still stick with the $100. We have to establish that we're able to support one-to-one computing, and it also is a matter of buy-in. If the parents say, "Hey, we're paying $100 a year for you to use this so it can be maintained," you better take care of it.
Thank you for that, Dr. Powers. Just a follow-up question on that. How do you mentioned that the Chromebooks are about $300. How do you argue that we're asking them to pay $100 for a $300 machine? I could understand if this was like a built-out, customized computer. So I'm trying to justify that.
Well, the $100 is not to pay for the machine. We're paying for the machines. We're buying them. The $100 is to provide the maintenance and replacement costs, which are going to mount. And like, for example, the 1,100 Chromebooks we received this fall, or no, whenever it was, this spring, excuse me. I got my seasons mixed up. Those that we received this spring, 4 years from now, are all going to be essentially obsolete and have to be all replaced. So that has to be built into our replacement. And this will help not only maintain, but also replace, because we have to have funds available to us when something's stolen, it's broken, no fault of the student's own. Again, screen is cracked. We've got to take care of all of that, especially for those things that will not be under warranty after a fairly short time.
That's helpful to know. And just to a clarifying point here, point of clarification, if for whatever reason that laptop is damaged, the student and the family won't be assessed a fee, right? The only time that they'll be assessed a fee is if they don't return it, or is that right?
We're going to have to work out the details of that, because this is a major undertaking and it's just something we have not done previously. I want to see, for example, what other schools are doing, how they're handling it, and come up with something that is reasonable. If a student has been careless, if they've let's face it, you should be able to carry something like this back and forth with you without breaking it. But if it's being mistreated in some way, if it is clearly been tossed around or whatever, or lost, we're just going to have to work out the details. We're just not there yet on that.
Sarah has a comment. Go ahead, Sarah.
I think, when we revise the fee sheet, that we just need to make it a $100 technology fee, and maybe put 1-to-1, but I wouldn't necessarily spell out Chromebooks, because I think you will get pushback to say, like, and I think we talked about this already, Jeremy, but people saying that Chromebooks I can go buy one for $280, and I know that a CPS Chromebook is a little bit more because it has to meet their criteria, their needs, and they install the specific software on it or whatever, they lock it down, right? So I think if we just clarify that language, and then I would love to see as a council the terms of Chromebook release, and what that looks like, so that we can make sure it aligns with the fee, and especially for replacement, like maybe there's a not more than X dollars, so that people wouldn't have to spend a $100 tech fee and then a $300, I don't know. So I'd like to see that language. I don't need to see it tonight, obviously. So
we don't have it tonight, but we'll develop it, because again, this is all something that's new, and we have to develop it as we start the school year. Make sure everything is clear to everybody, especially when they check out their computers.
Okay. All right. Should I make a motion?
I can make a motion.
Okay, you make a motion.
I move that we approve the inclusion of a $100 general technology fee for all students who do not qualify for fee waivers. And we will provide the necessary wording in the fee schedule to make sure that people know that there are other options for them.
I second.
Okay, give me a second. Bowman,
Yay.
Boyd,
Yay.
Serna Prado,
Abstain.
Serna, Cresswell,
Yay.
Hernandez,
Yay.
Hilbrans,
Yay.
sorry, me, yay, Martin,
Yay.
Ranjivar,
Yay.
Powers,
Yay.
okay, Zen,
Yay.
okay, motion carries. Okay, hold on, let me share again. What do we have next? Hold on, present a window. I'm getting this Google Meet thing. Getting it. Okay. Here we go. Okay, so we had the fees. We did departmental budgets, miscellaneous supplies. I might throw these all in one motion. These have not changed. Software. Okay, the software we need to talk about. Dun, 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 dun. Do we want to add an other software for, hold on, Go Formative, Albert.io, Edpuzzle. We don't know what that number could be. I don't know. Does anyone know how much that stuff costs? It's got to cost something. 5,000, 3,000. Let me go back.
This is something where it would help to plan with the Friends of on the budget, which I think does happen at other schools, especially since they've been paying for some software in the past. Had we gotten better information on that, we probably know how much some of this costs. But in addition, just because the contracts have to be through CPS next year, that doesn't mean that the Friends of Jones would not want to pay for it, I would assume. Like if they've been able to pay for it, they might be able to. So it just makes it very difficult. And I really think, going forward, having some monetary discussions would make sense. Because it's, it's not clear, like they're raising money for the school, and that's fine if they want to decide how to spend it, but it would be helpful if we knew how much they wanted to spend and where they wanted to spend it, because that would make sense for us planning our stuff. And I think a collaborative planning on that is the thing that makes sense. If you are a standing organization that exists purely to fund activities at the school, to not have open lines of communication on this with the LSC makes it difficult. And here's a small example, but I think going forward, we really need to improve that. And as sort of the liaison there, I think Dr. Powers, it'd be helpful if you would encourage that relationship. So I don't know what we can guess on this myself, but hopefully if there's something where we under budget, it's something that we could talk to the Friends of Jones about.
Oh, Dr. Powers.
I don't think we should include a line item when we don't know what's going on it. If it appears and if it develops that we do need something that we are not budgeted for and we cannot cover it from our internal accounts, then that's the type of thing that is perfectly appropriate to go to for one of the school administration to prepare a grant proposal to Friends of Jones and have that paid for. And that's true really across the board. Friends of Jones paid for almost all of our initial Chromebooks and their carts. They've paid for 2 of our current labs in visual arts, and paid originally for our language labs as well. So that's a very much a real thing. It just has not been necessary in recent years for them to be paying for large amounts of technology. The big goal there is anything we have as a grant for Friends of Jones, especially something large, has to have broad impact. And certainly the purchase of software, technology, and so forth has broad impact. So I would suggest we not include that line simply because we have nothing to put on it. And then as we need it, then we'll deal with it and possibly seek out support from FOJ.
Ellen?
This is not like for a school license, but I know for GoFormative this past year, the rate for per teacher was $220. So I know that does not necessarily help us out in this situation because it's not a site license, for example, or like a school license, but it might be able to give us like a ballpark upper bound, for example. I know within science, that's 15 teachers were using GoFormative. I know social studies used GoFormative as well, just based on like the survey that I had sent out. I'm not sure if I have numbers on how many teachers. So that's just like something to keep in mind, that that's also an estimate, but we can probably procure in the next few days, just because like their turnaround's real good. Like they're really good at communicating. It's really fantastic.
And this is specifically GoFormative.
This is specifically GoFormative. I think that science was the first department to really like find it as a resource. And so that's something that we can I think Alexis Conrad, one of my department chairs, is like one of the point people for that. So we have those contacts in place. I also think Mr. Mitchell would know the number for Albert.io, like just because we had it this school year, and I'm pretty sure he's kind of the point person for that. And then Edpuzzle, I know there had been a number, but I absolutely agree with Dr. Powers that it doesn't make sense to have like line items if we don't know what goes there. That's like an area of big discomfort for me as well. But I was wondering if that's some information that we could get in the next few days, if that would be useful, or if that's like not as useful as the approach that Dr. Powers had mentioned.
Jeremy?
You're on mute.
You are muted.
Sorry, I probably should have chimed in sooner. I can probably get you some of these numbers. I guess I'm just a little lost on which ones we need. I'm looking at Albert.io right now. For August of 2020, we paid $9,000 for that license. Now, as with all of these licensing, I don't know from year to year if that's going to be the same number this coming year based on what they used or they don't see themselves using next year. But for FY21, it was $9,000. What other ones are we missing?
GoFormative, Edpuzzle.
And then the problem, I mean, I'll start looking through my stuff here. Some of these licenses, they're like GoFormative might be the name of the actual software, but the company could be somebody totally different. So it's sometimes hard to find this information. Some of it, the teachers are arranging with Friends of Jones, and I know very little about it. So, but I'll dig through what I know. GoFormative and Edpuzzle, those are the only two.
Yes. Do you know if those are CPS vendors?
I mean,
So that's
whether
why
or not
another-
they are today could
Right.
totally change. But
That's something to me is like, since we don't have that number, which I know we could get, part of me feels like this is a good opportunity to ask for Friends of Jones help, because it does fit that criteria of school-wide help, and we could use a little help this year. So, Dr. Powers.
I would be happy, in order so that we could move on, to stipulate that those are areas, if those particular applications, if they are indeed ones that the teachers want and will use, we get the appropriate amount of quotes on those, find out what the cost is, determine whether they really are used. Right now, are going to be used. Right now, we're speculating, and we shouldn't put a speculation in as a line item. And then, of course, it would not be in the budget. That's where we can and have asked Friends of Jones to support.
Okay, so for now, I'm taking it out.
I can say learn by doing is not active, it looks like right now. So unless they change something, they will not be active again in the fall.
Right, and we won't necessarily be able to go around that system anymore.
Correct.
So let's wait till we have more information,
That could be true for a lot of these programs.
and then we have sad faces. I'm going to make a motion to approve the software items in column F that total $61,114. I have a second.
Second.
Okay, let me do. Ooh, who wants to be secretary next term? Nobody raises their hand. Okay. Bowman.
Yay.
Boyd.
Yay.
Turner Prado.
Yay.
Cresswell.
Yay.
Hernandez.
Yay.
Hilbrands.
Yay.
Ma, yay. Martinsek.
Yay.
Menjivar.
And that's what the stipulation that Dr. Powers made,
Yes.
correct? Yay.
Zen.
Yay.
Powers.
Yay.
Okay. And the motion carries. And Ellen, have I been saying your last name wrong this whole time? How do you say your last name?
Martinsek.
Martinsek. I'm pronouncing the emphasis on the wrong syllable. Okay. Okay, so we did software. Miscellaneous supplies. I'm trying to group maybe with tech and textbooks. So potentially we could vote for miscellaneous supplies, technology, and our textbooks all in one motion. Now, Jeremy, I put those numbers as per the quote, but I do like a much rounder number, like 60,000. So should I just kind of ballpark these or just leave them how they are?
Entirely up to you. I would say it would be unlikely that there's only those 3 book orders that we're going to be doing for FY22. This is the response we've gotten thus far, but every year there will be teachers who will say, hey, we just found out we need 10 more of these books or 20 more of those books. So
in that case, would that come from the department budget? Or it depends?
I mean, no, it would, if it's at the beginning of the year and it's meeting enrollment needs, it would come from the school.
Okay. Do we want to maybe round this up to 65? Or just leave it at 60?
I think 65 is a nice extra amount and it gives you an even number. Again, I would pull first from like our loss damage book fund for any extra stuff that we need. I don't know, these are sort of those gray areas where we just kind of, we shake the money tree, as Dr. Powers likes to say it.
Troy, do you have an opinion?
Yeah, just my conversations briefly with Joanne Troche, who does also the books, and some of my conversations with some of the teachers. I get the impression that we just don't know how many of these books are going to be returning. It makes me a little nervous if there isn't a little cushion there to add those books that might be missing. Last year, we were pretty good about getting some of these books back, but unless I misunderstood what this is actually going to be used for, if that's those outstanding books that are not returned or deemed lost, if this would cover that. Jeremy, do you?
I would say 5,000 is not going to be enough to cover all of the extra books that will be requested at the start of next year. If I had to wager a guess, we will have more than $5,000 worth of, I need 10 more copies, 20 more copies, that kind of a thing. And we sometimes go to a used vendor to save some money, since they're supplementing used books already anyway, but it'll still be more than 5,000, I would say.
More than 5?
I mean, I could look into some numbers for you tomorrow.
No,
don't know
I
off the
mean,
top of
yeah,
my
I
head,
mean,
but-
oh, geez. Accounting. Okay, here we go. Like if we did-
Also, sorry if I could add real quick, I have no information on Edpuzzle or GoFormative except that last August, they were not active vendors and it looks like they got funded through Friends of Jones, so I don't know the amounts.
Thank you. This I bumped up to 10 extra for miscellaneous books, so it's 70 grand. This is what it does to your numbers. Let me make sure that's a $100 tech fee. No, let me put that, there we go. Okay. Is that, I mean, Jeremy, your hand's raised, no?
Sorry, that was the last one.
Okay. Any comments about potentially adding a $10,000 cushion for books?
Dr. Powers?
Oh, sorry.
I was moving on to something else. I thought we'd already settled that part. I mean, I can tell you the test prep services and tutoring, 25,000 in this budget, but
That's not in the budget. That's in a different
Okay.
scenario. Don't worry.
okay, very good. As long as I understand that, because
Yeah,
there
I
will
think
be funds available after July 1.
this is Sarah's hoping that we make a motion that covers textbooks, tech, and like the copiers and that stuff. What was that called?
Yeah. Miscellaneous supplies. Special oh, geez. Sorry. I'm just trying to hide stuff we're not talking about. So, miscellaneous supplies, special projects, technology. I mean, I would like to do technology and textbooks. I would like to make one motion for that. The technology it is what it is. I mean,
Second,
I
you made the motion.
did. I just, okay.
One sec. Was that with special projects or not with special projects?
Let me make the motion again, just for clarity. I make a motion to approve miscellaneous supplies at $82,104, special projects at $58,200, technology at $153,000, and textbooks at $70,000.
And do we have a second?
Second,
Okay. Okay. Bowman,
Yay.
Boyd,
Abstain.
abstain. Okay, Serna Prada,
Yay.
Cresswell,
Yay.
okay, Hernandez,
Yay.
Hilbrands,
Yay.
Maye, Martinsek,
Yay.
Menjivar,
Yay.
Powers,
yay.
Zen.
Yay.
Okay, so that's so exciting. So now everyone go home and hope for a good appeal, and hope for a great guidance on how to use ADF funds. And then we have a lot of work to do still, like we need a plan for ADF and SRO, and then we have a big SRO plan presentation in June, and then Mr. Voigt and Mr. Hillbrands and I are going to meet at the bar this summer and knock down all those beers. No, I'm just kidding, and really figure out how to make sure we help the people on the cusp with those fees, and working on that fee form and translating stuff, and it's going to be great. It's going to be a great year. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Jose?
Yes, as you might be aware, I was hospitalized for 11 days with COVID. And I just want to thank you for your well wishes, your prayers, and just all kinds of support that I received from you. So thank you very much.
We're so happy you're better.
Thank you. Yes, I feel better.
Dr. Powers.
Yes. Have we passed the budget?
No, we just passed those
Okay.
things that we voted on.
Okay, but those, okay. Then what do we have remaining to vote on?
I think Sarah has to bring up her screen to show us.
Okay. I thought we were done. I'm so
No, we're
optimistic.
not done yet. I mean,
It hurts me. I'm so
we've gone
sorry that I
through
got so excited.
with a
about-
piecemeal set of voting, and that's fine.
Okay,
But
so what's
where does
left?
that now leave us?
Right. So we haven't done. I guess technically we already funded the positions, but technically we should make a motion to approve all this internal account activity right here, which is just staff development. Is my only question, which is that all the PD that you have planned, Dr. Powers?
That should be sufficient for the year. If there's any needs, we can always request a grant, any further needs.
Okay.
That primarily covers registration costs for individual teachers.
Okay. Sorry, I got so excited. I guess I'll make a motion to improve the internal accounts rental income portion of the budget.
Second.
Okay. Okay. Bowman,
Yes.
Boyd,
Yay.
Serna Prado,
Yes.
Cresswell,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Ma, yay. Hillbrands,
Yay.
Martinsek,
Yes.
Sandoval.
Sarah, I guess I don't understand what I'm voting on. There's
You're
rental
just-
income looks like there's zero.
There is, but everything in this whole section, rental income, the ESP staffing and the staffing not covered by SBB funds. So this whole section. So even though we had already approved the positions on Tuesday, we're now technically approving 9,000 for staff development, 2,000 for admissions, and 3,200 for staff for SAT prep.
Okay, so I'll vote yay for those three items that you just highlighted.
Okay, the motion's for the whole section, but yes, because I will reflect that is that okay, or would you like to abstain?
I guess I don't understand what we're voting on, so I'll abstain.
I'm sorry. Powers?
Yay.
Zen?
Yay.
I'm sorry, Robert, I'd love to talk to you more about that. Okay, so we did fees, we did all this. Okay, so this is what we really can't vote on yet because we don't have the appeal.
And I would like to see like the different estimates of what it will look like class size wise if if we're covering if we have, to do overtime to cover sections, or we can't do that because we're doing some other thing. I want to see what those trade-offs are.
At this particular point, it's going to be very difficult to have that as we move forward. Essentially right now, all the people who are currently serving as department chairs are fully employed. In other words, it's a question of how we are and then able to, fix the number of sections to make sure that if we wish to have the department chairs continue with their release periods, we're able to do so. It does not actually add to the budget or take away from the budget. It's strictly internal movement of people. And hopefully tomorrow we'll have a few more figures on that. Have we voted on each section? Am I overlooking something? And what we're looking at is we have a internal accounts balance of approximately 153,000. is that after everything above that is funded?
That's everything, including no appeal.
Okay. Jeremy, are we all right on that?
Sorry, on which part?
Well,
On
looking at the overall,
approving the budget, or
we've got 153,000. Are we in the clear at 153,000? Are we balanced?
I mean, I can't predict. I would say again, that's a tight margin, but
It is.
we'll have to do our best, and hopefully rentals will come through, and hopefully that appeal will come through.
But as far as submitting at a balanced budget,
No, we absolutely need an answer on the appeals before we can move forward with the approved budgets.
Okay.
So there's going to have to be another, I don't know how it works with the LSC, but right now we are not in the green in our Hyperion budget, and that won't happen until we get that answer from CPS.
okay. And if we do not get that from CPS, then we have to make other changes to the budget as it stands right now.
Correct.
Well, we just allocate that 260 from internal accounts. I mean, worst comes to worst, you hear, if you, Dr. Powers.
Technically, I think it's too late to do that as well. Positions would have to get closed and then get reopened in July.
Which can be done, but it's not a preferred way to do it. If we are not at a point where we can say we're moving ahead with the budget, I would propose that we reconvene Wednesday of this week. That gives us about 24 hours after that to submit, if I'm not mistaken. We have to have
Okay,
20 hours to submit.
Can I ask a really quick question? So at last week's budget meeting, I asked about 2 of the 3 positions that we're funding through the internal accounts. And what would happen if we didn't approve them? They would continue, those individuals that take up those positions would continue to work throughout the year. And then in July, depending on, whether we get funded or not, we could reopen those positions. Right now, you're saying, Mr. Voigt, that we're in the red because we don't know what the appeal is for CPS, right? Would it make a difference at this point to say we're not going to fund 2 of those positions so that we can balance this budget, and hopefully in July that, or when the appeal takes place, we can say we're going to then approve that one or that $300,000 total for those 2 positions?
So if I'm following your question, you're asking if we had only approved 1 of the positions that are in internal accounts and kept the other 2 for July 1 and then opened them in July 1, what are we gaining by doing that, I guess? Because in July, they're still going to need to be funded with 124 funds.
Right. Or if we don't get the appeal, then we lose those 2 positions.
We should know about the appeal, any day. I would rather we not make a decision like that until we know for certain what's happening with the appeal.
Yeah, I might not be following because it's 10 o'clock at night, but the 3 positions from the internal accounts and the appeal, which is the 260 negative, those are 2 separate things.
Right. So what I'm saying is if, let's take out the assistant principal and the operation manager.
Mm-hmm.
Does that help?
No, because right now those are funded in 124 for the current year. So if we take them out of the equation, we still have that 262 negative with SBB funds, with the 115 and all those other fund lines.
And we wouldn't be able to transfer those funds to cover those SPV funds. So making a budget transfer for the $300,000 for those 2 positions to cover the 262,000, I guess, right?
You could open 262,000 worth of positions in 124 funds. Yes, and fund 5 positions or 6 positions or whatever it works out to be from 124 funds, and then we would be rid of that negative in the SVB funds. But it's not smart to do that before we find out what happens with the appeal, because we'd be throwing money away.
Right, because you could not get that money back.
Right.
Right, that's
Absolutely.
really that's why it's kind of a waiting game. It's like you don't want to say, we're going to fund these, because then you'll never see it again.
And I would recommend we put this entire discussion on hold. And I have already reached out today to see what the status is with regard to the appeal. And we reconvene at whatever time we are able to reconvene. But it's going to have to be before we have to submit this by the end of the week.
Yeah, I think Wednesday is sensible. It won't be a reconvening. It'll be a new meeting, and it'll have to be an emergency meeting.
I understand that.
It'll be 6 p.m. on Wednesday. I mean, we have 2 members not here, so we can't really know about them, but will we have quorum out of everyone who is here? Can people do 6 p.m. on Wednesday?
Yes.
I can.
I don't know if I'm needed, but I likely will not be able to attend on Wednesday. I have guests in town.
Okay, so let's do that. And I think that we don't have any other new business. And our agenda item for next time is going to be our special meeting anyway. So yes, we'll do 6 p.m. on Wednesday. Okay, we'll send out the stuff for it in the morning. Okay, thanks everybody.
Good night, everyone.